Good morning. It's 10:30. We thought we'll start at 10 o'clock, but because of people were still on the queue. My name is Musa Chabani, the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, and I would request, with due respect, we rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much. We are a collective of honorable members from the National Assembly to facilitate your meeting on the subject of marriage bill. So this is your meeting, and we expect that we conduct in a manner that it will assist the proceedings. In other words, respect to each other on the views that will be expressed, and maintain decorum so that we're able to note the views that will be submitted before us. I also want to greet the traditional leadership and the clergy and all of you who have received the invitation for this important consultation on marriage. We have a standard agenda. We have observed the national anthem. We will invite Honorable Matopo to conduct introductions. We will invite the Speaker, Councillor Mark Willemse, to welcome us. We will outline the purpose or the summary of the bill. We will invite Honorable Mukhale to facilitate on the process, the procedures, how we're going to interface with us. We'll then get responses from Department of Home Affairs through the legal team led by Advocate Malekate. And closing remarks, we'll invite Honorable Machi. So we're going to follow the agenda, standard agenda that has been tabled throughout our public hearings. I'll now invite Honorable Matapo.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Good morning. Goeiemôre. Onkia Ahuniki, Sanbonani Molweni, who is standing before you. This is Honorable Lorato Matupa. I'm also one of the committee members. And on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, it is both a privilege and an honor to welcome you to today's public participation session on the marriage bill here in Knysna local municipality. Let me begin by recognizing and respectfully welcoming our esteemed chiefs, whose wisdom and leadership remain invaluable in guiding the values of our communities. I would first like to start with King Patrick Neville from the Bakiti Khoisan tribe, and as well as Chief Barent Fredericks from the Oten Hikwa tribe, and as well as the Senior Chief Avril Verblanche from Knysna Khoi, the leadership of the traditional authority, all religious leaders. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Joseph Simmons from the Department of Home Affairs, the provincial manager. And also I would like to welcome Advocate Moses Malekate from Department of Home Affairs. I'd like also to thank and welcome the Parliament support staff, and at large, our very important distinguished guests, which is the community. We welcome you. We also acknowledge and welcome the District Speaker, Mrs. Geraldine Volmerans, and also Mr. Mark Williams, the local speaker representing Knysna local municipality. It is an honor to now welcome my distinguished colleagues, the members of Parliament, who are with us today as part of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs. I will start off with the chairperson, who is Mr. Musa Chabane, and Honorable Sihle Ngubane, Honorable Miriam Mohammed, Honorable Nicole Boltman, Honorable Adrian Ruas, Honorable Tapelo Mukhale, and Honorable Sisipo Jama, and Honorable Busi Mache, Honorable Nombu Somtolo. A sincere word of appreciation goes to parliamentary officials whose efforts behind the scenes have made today's program possible. Today we hand over the platform to you, the public, as we listen, learn, and engage on this important bill that speaks to the institution of marriage in South Africa. If I have unintentionally omitted anyone, please accept my apology. And thank you very much as I hand over to the chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Matopa. She has omitted Honorable Matopa. Yeah, she has omitted Honorable Matopa. I think we've noticed that we don't have we don't have interpreter, or they're not here. I don't know what will be reason. I want to put that on record that we're going to have a difficulty to interface. We'll observe as we proceed with our work. It's not how we conduct public hearings. So they're not here, and I want to apologize first. And we'll observe as you we proceed on how we're going to manage the crisis we're sitting with. I know the speaker will leave at 12 o'clock. I'm briefed. We've noted that apology. We'll now invite the local speaker, Councillor Mike Williamson, to welcome us.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members of Parliament, Speaker of the District, traditional leaders, other councillors that may be present, and all of our esteemed guests that are here to participate in today's hearings. I would also like to welcome all the officials that are present. I know many of you have been in Knysna, or some of you have been in Knysna for a while and enjoyed our beautiful town ahead of this meeting here today. We welcome you all to the jewel of the garden route, Knysna. We are today based in the wonderful suburb of Hornley, and we are all blessed to be here on this beautiful day. For those of you who are visiting Knysna for the first time, just a little bit of background as to what Knysna is. And I'm so glad to see we have our traditional leaders here today, because the word Knysna is believed to be a Khoisan word, especially from the Hotunkwa or the Hesekwa language. And Hesekwa is one of the districts within the Garden Route, one of the 7 districts within the Garden Route. And these were the people that are believed to have been here long before the Europeans arrived in the late 1700s. Well, the meaning isn't definitively known. Several interpretations exist of the word, but the most popular seems to have stuck, which means the place of ferns. And the other interpretation is deep waters, which would refer to our estuary. So the Khoisan word in general refers to the beauty of our town, the forests and the water, which depicts our beauty and defines the beauty of our town. So in short, it is a Khoisan word, which is a traditional word. And in the traditions of our town, I am so glad to see the leadership, traditional leadership, taking the front row here this morning. So welcome to you too. It is an honor for Knysna to host these hearings on behalf of the district. As you know, as some of you might know, the district comprises of 7 municipalities, Knysna municipality being one, Bito being the furthest one, our neighbor, George, Mossel Bay, Hesekwa, Oudtshoorn, and Kannaland. And those are the representative municipalities within our district. And it covers a wide variety of terrain and cultures. And you being here today are representing those cultures to this committee. This platform is yours to submit your support or concerns regarding the marriage bill. And it's an important part of the process. Public participation is the essence of what Parliament requires for them to make the right decision on any form of bill. So you are all most welcome, and I'm hoping the day will be fruitful and respectful and held with dignity. So thank you, honourable members, for your presence here today, and we wish you a speedy day ahead with fruitful outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. We are going to proceed as we've indicated that there are no interpreters here. Can I establish if there will be difficulty for us to proceed without that? So that there's fairness in terms of how we must conduct the meeting. Yeah, gentlemen at the back. Can you give the mic so that it's on record?
Modweni ke mhlali ngaphambili nakusigaba sonke apho phambili bahlali bonke apho phakathi kwethu ngiyacela ke bahlali basingayibhali ngenyawo li-wrong njengokuba siva ba umhlali ngaphambili ukuthi public participation asinawukwazi iparlamente isuke phaa izokwenza i-public participation ngaphandle kotolisi kusho ukuthi uhlelo lwanamhlanje iyawube iyasifeyila iparlament ngoba le region iyaziwa uba ngaba ii-languages zale region i-Afrikaans, isiXhosa, isiNgisi ayikwazi into yoba singenza i-public participation ingekho utoliko sawube sivuma into engeyiyo kuba njengoba silapha kufuneka uba siphethe into esiyiqondayo ncakasana singagesi nanga siphethe ngegesi ukuba inoba kuthiwa ngoku nesiqiniseko into yoba ngaba siva yona nathi sizokwazi u-engage ngolwimi esi-comfortable kulo. Enkosi.
Okay, can proceed. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Nami mandibulisele kubahlali ngaphambili ngibulise wonke umgwenya olapha nami ndazama ukukwaleka umsundulo kwesi state besisihla apha ngizawulala ngangubininye naso ngokuthi nizame itoliki mayibe khona ngokuba nyani into yokubana sifane sihlale apha ezinye izinto zishiye iyawuthetha ukuthi ke ngoku iwaste njengexesha lethu siphuma apha singenalo ulwazi kuvumelekile into yokubana apha eSouth Africa zonke language mazibe khona uthetha inyani futhi lo bhuti uthi le ingingqi kuza apha bekufanele uba nixhobe ngokwaneleyo ngokuza ke ngoku neetoliki zibe khona ndiyacela nami loo ndawo mayibe khona itoliki please bhuti. Inkosi.
Thank you. There was the last hand there. Are you covered? Okay. What I think they're trying to say to this meeting is that there are different languages and there may be other issues that are raised here, and if you don't understand the other language, you may be tempted to agree on something that is not correct. And secondly, he says that he notes the failure of Parliament for not bringing interpreters here. This is the first time. There were almost 8 provinces. It is the 8th province, Western Cape, the last one is Limpopo. So in all the public hearings I've conducted, all interpreters in terms of the assessment of the area, they are in attendance. That's why I said, I've realized when we're conducting open remarks that there's a problem somewhere. So we're taking note, who is the leader of Parliament Communication Unit? Can you, so that we give reasons why we don't have on record. Because we were briefed as a committee that everything is fine. So it's your meeting. You must conduct your meeting and they must account to your, this is your meeting.
Good morning. We had several meetings with all the business units to plan for this public hearings. In the first and the second were informed by language services in Parliament
that the public hearing today, we're going to use interpreters from Parliament. And then from tomorrow, we are going to be using the freelancers. So I just called Parliament Language Services now. They informed me that they made some changes, that the Parliament interpreters were not going to be coming today, but I think they also forgot to get the service of the freelancers. So the freelancers that they've contacted now are only contracted to start tomorrow, not today. That's why we don't have interpreters today. So, thank you.
Okay. I wanted you to know so that those that have functions, they take responsibility on their, because now members of parliament are exposed to this crisis. Can I request that we request to adjourn for 5 minutes so that we talk as members of parliament? Unless you are disputing that matter, is there a different dispute that we meet? Is that objection?
Okwami umhlekazi ayikokuphikisana nesicelo sakho. Kodwa nje kugcila ekuthini. Okay, xolweni baba. Okwami umhlekazi ayikokuphikisana nesicelo sakho. Kule mizuzu emihlanu icelayo. Ndifuna nje ubethelele into ukuthi kwezo ngxoxo nizawubonisana ngazo. Asinawukwazi ukuqhubekeka nalomhlangano lungekho utoliko. Kufuneka kulo mizuzu emihlanu niyicelayo niphume ne-outcome ethi sizawutolukelwa ngolu hlobo nolu hlobo. Kungenjalo lo mhlangano uhlehlelwe emva.
Let's hold it there, my brother. What is your name?
Ixolo mhlekazi ngusabelo Majwete.
Okay.
Phansi komasipala waseGeorge eWard 9.
Okay, Putsabelo, that's the reason we said we request to adjourn for 5 minutes. So that we come back and say this is our discussion, we think we can move in this fashion. So, is there any objection that we must meet for 5 minutes? Okay. Is that an objection? Okay. Give it to him.
Good morning, everyone. Chairperson, my name is Clementitis from Pietermaritzburg Bay, New Horizon, Ward 4. I hear the concern, but for me, I think it's a very negative start that we have this morning. I would rather see a very positive outcome of this meeting. Therefore, I'd like to ask if there's maybe anyone in the crowd who can stand in for interpreter for us, then we can continue with this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, we have listened to all of you. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you. we can reconvene. You can request everyone to come in. Can request everyone to come in. Officials, can you assist us to get people inside, please? Okay, we are back, we are reconvening. Can we listen to each other? Thank you, Sabelo, and other members of the community who have contributed to this problem. We are happy that you have intention to assist the proceeding to move forward. We have all of us acknowledged that it's the first time we don't have interpreters, and it's not a problem that we're taking responsibility as members. The committee then proposed to this meeting. Firstly, if there are those that can carry the to interpret, and secondly, on the language that we must facilitate on. Thirdly, those that will be taking that responsibility will interact with the parliament in relation to their service that they've rendered in this meeting. So in other words, we'll write a report around the subject matter, get your contacts and details, and the chair of the committee will sign a correspondence that will formulate here. The speaker is here of the local, will get a proper write-up. But we must proceed because this is your meeting. Can I then check if this proposal will assist us to move forward? Okay, let me start here. I'll come to you. I'll end up to the sponsor there.
Good morning. Number one, that can't work because somebody else in this meeting that is going to translate isn't necessarily going to translate the same way you did not translate exactly what they said. Who's going to keep those people accountable? Because now what that person is saying in front is not exactly what the person is translating. Then what? Yeah, what's the repercussions of that?
No. One of the things that we must not do is to clap hands, and I'll tell you why. Because you are taking a decision that is on record. So she's still on the podium. She's expressing them, so we must record. So when you process a decision, it's within our. So when you clap hands, you you disrupt her. She's correct that I did not interpret some of the things that you said, but I interacted on the subject matter that you alerted to this meeting. You can conclude your remark.
Like I said, I totally understand that you didn't translate everything, but that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Now somebody speaking isiZulu, most of us don't understand. There's a few that understand. The person that's translating is not translating everything. They are translating what they think is important, what they think needs to be said. But that's exactly, in politics, it's very important, the wording. Wording can be twisted, it's very important. So now, what Sabelo said, you didn't say everything. We don't know what he said exactly. We don't. And we probably will never know.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
So you object to the proposal. All right, thank you. You can proceed.
Good day, everyone. I just would like to make a point that we are fighting nonsense now. At the end of the day, it's going to be this.
No.
If I can,
Chief.
I just
Sorry.
finish? Sorry.
Just withdraw.
I will withdraw that statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Let's respect
Each other. Can I refrain?
No. Listen
um,
first. Don't. I will say it, let's respect each other. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is this. We're all here as community members trying to put forward our opinions about the marriage bill. You as a person translating know what you're translating. Okay, it's easier for me as a Afrikaans boy with these Afrikaans people sitting next to me from my region to translate their perspective to you in English because I understand the dialogue, I understand the language they use. It's very different for someone that's Afrikaans from the Northern Cape to understand someone from the Western Cape because of the dialect. That's different. So that's why I'm proposing that we are young people here. We are educated. We can translate. We all went to school. Okay, so we can move forward. Otherwise, we're going to be stagnant in the same position for the whole day. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I move to this? Let me start. I'll end with you, Sabelo. Let me start here. 2, 3, 4. This is 4 hands here. Nkalani umama la here.
Manibulise sihlalo wenhlanganiso nabantu bonke abalapha ngobubele nobulungisa. Ndicinga into yoba mgcini-sihlalo okanye chairperson amazwi athethwa rhabaxa apha ewe ndivile urhoxile but akulolungelo umuntu acingele yena. Sibadala silapha yamva uthi omnye cankomnye ngatolokela omnye. It's the same into yokuba akakayiva lo mntu le nto ithethayo. Exactly mna mntu omdala ndiyayiva i-Afrikaans ndiyasisazi isiXhosa but kukho amagama apha ezincwadini endingakwazi watolika exactly ngolu hlobo abhalwe ngayo. Ndicinga into yoba ke ndicela imbeko sihloniphane size apha siphume eGeorge kwawathethile nontsikelelo kamntu. Ndinqwenela into yoba xa besizowumamela le bhili besifuna uphuma nayo apha sivile ngesihlele ezindlini zethu asoze umntu ongangam aphume endlini akhe ona-70 kanti uzowuzelelile apha ndizelanga lize ndizonqwenela ukuva le bhili ibheka ngaphi. Inkosi.
Siyabonga.
Mandibulise kubantu bonke ngegama lenkosi Yesu Kristu Nkosi yethu. Ngendlela exabiseke ngayo into yaseParliament esixabisile kwa into bana siphume amntombi ekhaya ncwadi boy from George Ward 15. Sicela ungatyi ixesha bethu nana because uthi uzawukhawuleza ubethe. Ndicela siqhubekeke phambili sicela itoliki please ephuma pha eParliament because ukuze siyabona sixabisile because siphumile sayeke ingxaki zethu sazoba lapha kwinto ye-marriage bill. So ngokuzithoba okukhulu zinkokheli zam ndiyayicela itoliki ezawuphuma phaa eParliament, not apha ku-general. Enkosi.
Thank you. The last hand before the last hand before Uputi. There was a hand there. Yeah.
Molweni umthukuzeli wakwamoya ndiphaya George Kawat 15 mhlali ngaphambili andifuni uzeka emzekweni kakhulu ngoba sizawutya ixesha ndiyacela torhwana xa umuntu ekencile ngokwentetho esingayo apha okanye xa ebhekisa amazwi arhabaxa kukho abazali apha njengomama ukamte ngumzali kulomfana ebeme ngenyawo bekufanele ngela xesha athetha lanto ebeyithetha ingathi ngoku usenza izaphuselana ngenimthathe namkhupha ngoba kekho kule ndlu sikuyo thina. Enkosi.
Thank you.
Bahlali baphambili ndinento endifuna uba sigxile kule nto uba iParlamente sihloniphe kakhulu ingase urhulumente lwale ngingqi sikuyo libahlonipha abemi bayo. Ngoku kuyabonakala uba ingathi olu rhulumente khange lisi-recognize njengabemi beli ndawo. Asikwazi uba sithathelwe noba ngubani asitolikele siyenziwa loo nto iParlamente. Umuntu ozawuma apha atolika isiXhosa kufuneka ndibe ndinethemba lokuba uzawutolika into eyiyo, ngoba njengoba laa nto eyitolika nje kusho ukuthi andiyiva. Xa zawufike ndithathe usisi apha atolike ngenzeka uba olu tolikwa ndinika lona ayililo ncakasana, ngoko ke ayizuthembakala into ezawuphuma kuyo. Kodwa ke xa ngaba itoliki ibize neParlamente ibiza ndinika ithemba into yoba iParlamente ayinawuthatha nabani na, izawujonga into yoba ngaba lo mntu uyakhwalifaya na for ukwenza lo msebenzi. Ngoko ke asikwazi uthatha nabani na apha esidlangalaleni ame ezitoliki, ngoba uthemba lam kuye angeke ndibe nalo ithemba elililo lokuba olu tolikwa liyenzayo lilo ncakasana. Yaqona ko into engako ke ndizawucela ke sinike abahlali ngaphambili bake babonisane imizuzu emihlanu ukuba bazawuthini lo mcimbi. Mhlawumbi singake sihlengahlengise noba imizuzu 30 ukwenzela uba baphume necebo lokuba abanawu-awusosa ngokumsinyane lo msebenzi ibe lapha iitoliki ezifunekayo. Enkosi.
Can I check first before Honorable Jama will translate the issues which have been pondered here. Can we check if there's a professional here? Yeah, in local municipality. Speaker. I'm saying the body that deals with the translators here in Knysna. I just wanted to check that point only. Is the institution that deals with professionals is there? Okay.
ulapha eNysna.
Okay.
Joy,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. All right. Honorable Jama.
Thank you, Chair. The chairperson has requested that I just do an interpretation, not a translation. I also wanted to clarify, in all of the meetings we have, even the professionals from Parliament, they don't do a translation. They do an interpretation so that we all understand the core issues of what people are saying. So what I'll do is I'll interpret, not translate, the input that came from that side, from Ms. Xhosa to English. In the main, the views that came from this side were that, firstly, there was a problem with one of the utterances that came from the gentleman this side. It was emphasized that because people are elders, they would like to be treated with our language that we use. There ought to be some sensitivity around the language that we use, specifically because we ought to all respect each other here. There was emphasis that people have come from far because they've got an interest in this bill, and they would like formal translation so that they're able to get even the complex issues. It was raised that, for example, even though someone would be able to speak English and Afrikaans, there are complex and academic issues that would be in the bill that they wouldn't necessarily be able to translate because they're not a professional translator. In the main, those were the issues to sort of emphasize the point that they would like professional translation for the sitting. There was then a proposal from the gentleman at the end to say that they would like us as the MPs to be given 30 minutes at least to be able to source some sort of professional translation or interpretation for the sitting to go forward. I think in the main, those were the issues, unless I've left one out. So you see, that would be the purpose of an interpretation, not a translation. It would not be word for word, even if they were here professionally. It's never been that we translate word for word. It's always an interpretation so that we all understand the essence of what people are saying. So, for example, as I've done now, there's no dispute there to say I've not captured the essence of what's being said. I think I just wanted also to clarify that point, that it's never translation but interpretation. Thanks.
Afrikaans. No, I'm joking. It's how we work as a team. I think it's clear that we, okay. Can I recognize how many hands so that we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, can you come here so that we quickly finish? Come to the front. And also, we must also check our time. 1, yes, 2, 3. For Umama Lapa 5, those are the 5 hands that we must assist. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah. You can queue there. No? Or water? You can sit down, don't need to. Sorry. Sorry, Bob. So, members, part of your input when you assist the meeting, you must know that over a period there was a workshop conducted about the content of the bill. And today we're only making submissions on the issues that you want us to move forward. So I wanted us so that we build on a resolve on how we must proceed. Workshops were conducted throughout about this bill. So you know what we're going to present to the committee. So we're going to give you last time, and then we take a decision on how we're going to proceed with the session. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. That was exactly my point, what I wanted to make. But I've realized now, while this meeting continues, that if there's no interpreter, that means then the meeting can't continue. So that's why I was asking in the first place, do we have someone here who can interpret for us, to help us continue with this meeting? If not, then I don't see the meeting continue. Because if it can't continue without the interpreter, then it means nothing. Then we're just wasting our time.
Thank you. Noted.
I greet the honorable floor today, to the leaders, and I greet the floor, everybody here present. I have been at a marriage bill conference 3 years ago. And there was so much to be said. I keep all my amendments, I keep all my bills and laws, I keep intact. And up to now, nothing has fluctuated. Niks wat gedoen as het parlement toe gaan nie. Somewhere elders in die archiewe lê dit maar net in die archief en dit kry stof. It gathers dust. And it's a waste of time that we come together here to come and listen to something. The bill on...
No. Sorry. We're not yet on that discussion.
Yes.
We're on
But
the
I
issue.
just want to speak of the marriage bill.
No. It's not. It doesn't work like that, and it's not going to work like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Next one.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Smart. I would just like to assist, to continue to progress with this meeting, but I would like to let it be noted that it is very shameful for you and for us to come here and be standing on this point where we cannot continue, because we can now say it is your fault. Can you protect me, please, Chairperson?
Yeah. There are too many problems in this meeting. Chairs, translators. So. Yeah. Okay, can you just give you an opportunity? Please, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So, according to the Constitution, we know now 50, 55 and 56 and 6 and 8, 118, there must be public participation before the National Assembly can progress with the laws and so on. So we are standing now. I'm actually coming with a solution, because this is now a problem for you and for us to participate in this meeting. So I would like to propose, if we can continue, if everybody here understand English, if we do understand English, and like what the MP was saying, then where there is people who cannot speak English, but who want to express themselves, let them express them in their language, because the Constitution protects us that there's 12 languages. I saw disabled people here, people who are blind, people who cannot hear. So it must be noted in this meeting and for the record that you cannot proceed or progress with this type of meetings, especially public participation meetings. Thank you, Chair. So this is my proposal.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. My issue is, it's nothing to go ahead. But the problem is there's people that don't understand English. There's people that want to hear the input of the other people. So we need to get an interpreter here. I think there's a court in Knysna. Maybe you can listen if they don't have an interpreter that can come and help or something like that. But it won't be wise to proceed with this meeting because we all want to participate and we want to hear what the other people that are participating is saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed. Ganganti Kokati Tikwap. Taveres Titage Madam. Ek dank u Heer, ek dank u Vader, my skepper. Hartlike goeie dag. Ek is Magdum. Honorable Chair, all dressed up and nowhere to go. Onbevoegd is die Afrikaanse woord wat die parlement net weer eens vandag bewys. Dit is 'n teleurstelling. A nation without a language cannot exist. So ek vra vir u om die wettige deel te doen en nie hoe ons voel nie. Ons voel ons moet aangaan, maar is dit wettig? Dit is wat my vraag is. Indien dit so sal voortgaan sonder interpreters aangestel sonder parlement, sal ek vra dat ek persoonlik verskoon sal word, want dit sal merely net 'n discussion wees, dit kan nie op rekord kom nie, because it is not legal. So I ask of you to excuse myself. Kyk aan Gans, thank you very much, baie dankie.
Next.
Hi, goeiedag. Good day, everybody. Yes, this thing of the interpretation is very important. Like the other said before me, that sister brought it up. And if we check history, the first disagreements in Cape Town was about interpretation. And Grachua, she was the tongue van die gouverneur daai tyd. So, mense laat ons hier, let me take heed here, my brother, please. Let us do it accordingly, the way the Constitution describes us. And we, as the Khoi and San people, respect the marriage bill. You see, because we even respect the work that you do and shape the country with all I moral laws. So, thank you for everything, but we must see that it must be constitutional, Rastafari.
Ola?
Moleni. Hayi andizugxila. Okay. Dingu Mr. Dibela, Mzwandile Dibela George Ward 15. Andizugxila kakhulu kulento sekuthethwe kuyo ke ye interpreter because ke sekuthethiwe ke ngogxabam. Kodwa into endifuna uqwayisa yona ke kwi members eParlamente into yoba lento yenzekayo ngoku inendawana yophindelela beke sakwi land bill apha Plat I think last month bekwenzeke into efana nalena ya so ubungozi balento ke apho ndifuna unibonisa khona ke mhlambi ngephethe baba I'm sure ya recordisha ke lonto lento size kuyo apha singabazali babantwana abantwana kufuneka beprotectiwe ngulomthetho ngabantwana bethu so ukuba ngabana kukwimpazamo thina abantu abadala yokungayivi into ezawube igqitywa apha abantwana bomzantsi Afrika abantwana bethu benzakele funeka nithathe nzulu lento ningayithathi ngongathi bekumele basisesikolweni sonke kodwa funeka si-understand into yobana xa kusiziwa kwizinto ezinjena ngakumbi thina underline amaXhosa singabantu bezinto
ekumele ukuba siwuqonde umtshato uba uyinto enjani ngoba thina besinomthetho obingowethu obusithi noba umntana una 10 years uba ummelwane umthandile unenkomo ezininzi funa kumthathe lo mntana uyomendisa kwela xhego lina 68 kodwa umthetho waseMzantsi Afrika uyilungisile lonto wathi abantwana babangaxhatshazwa same nale into izawusinceda ke ngoxa siunderstand uba xa iparlamente isizisa umthetho obaluleke nakangaka kukho into efana nale ibisenzeka phaya eBloemfontein abantu ababini bayochallenge into yoba othangana babendiselwe kwabanye abantu ifani lezi zinto kufuneka sizi-understandile uba zenzeka njani eMzantsi Afrika. Ndiyaqwayisa mna andifuni uthetha nge-interpreter because bekukade kukho eza head device ndihambe gqithi ipalamente mna kakhulu kukho eza head device bezikade ziba khona bezinceda kakhulu kodwa before bekubakho i-interpreter ebima phaa etafuleni. Siyacela bahlekazi siyanihlonipha nifundile khanisenzele inceba masive into eza kwehlela abantwana bethu. Sinabantu ngoku abasuka kula mazwe akude baza bathatha ngebhafu abantwana bethu besithi umthetho uthi sibe singakhange siwuve lo mthetho uba ubusithini nathina ngoba sithethelwe nge-English asinawufunda sonke. Inkosi.
No, thanks. We've listened to your submissions. We've consulted. We're not going to do anything outside the framework of the Constitution and undermine the status that we must facilitate the meeting guided by that document. We've discharged our team to interface with the stakeholders who are doing interpretation. They are busy working on it. And also we're opting the proposal of the courts which are here. We also agree on the proposal that we can adjourn for a particular time so that we sort out what we are advised on. We are able to proceed. In the meantime, we also propose that members of the community can be served with meals so that we have a fair proceedings. And all your inputs you've raised are important. And we can't undermine this over the other. Because this is a standard proceedings of Parliament. That's why I indicated it's us that raised it to you. That we are realizing here that there are no translators. It's not you who raised the matter, it's us. And we raised it because we understood that this is your meeting. You must also have benefit on the details of the proceeding. So those are the 4 issues that we wanted to summarize what you are raising to avoid many issues that will come outside when this meeting is concluded. So we request that we adjourn, we deal with housekeeping, and I think at the point that we are coming back, but we want also to meet with a few or 5 of the leaders here, including both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, so that when we come back, we are able to be clearer on the issues that we request that we reconvene at least by quarter to 12. It's 11:30 now. Any other issue, we're closing the discussions. We have listened carefully. And if you still have to submit something, you can join the table. We request the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker and the they'll delegate traditional leadership, religious communities, and any other leadership that we are here, so that we collectively resolve on the way forward. Are you objecting that we must adjourn? Yeah. Can I invite you to a meeting? Because I don't want us to get many questions. No. With respect, members, we'll adjourn. We'll come back at 11:45. Thank you. Thank you. We've been waiting for translators. We've seen they're here in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and we can't wait for. Can I request those two officials of parliament to call Eddie and Adams with those colleagues of ours, please? Advocate Malat, can you check those, please? Oh, they're coming. Then we proceed, we report to a meeting, then you advise the table. They will introduce themselves, and then we will then proceed. Or we don't proceed. Can we order, please? Okay, thanks very much, members of the community. We have now, through the team that we met, the first option was that we must defer the meeting when we're meeting here, but other colleagues advised that we must source, as we've indicated, that they are outsourcing professionals that will assist us in Xhosa and Afrikaans. And the speaker of the district and local, they assisted us to locate the professionals. We had agreed that we will not proceed if they failed to locate them. The second consideration, we think, as Parliament or the committee will discuss around when we are in our meeting, is to the possibility of reconsidering after assessing the proceedings to see if we can come back to Knysna on another period. But it would depend on the engagement we're going to have and submissions. If times is not on our side and members here, because we are traveling from various places, and then we'll reach a point that we consider to come back for another public consultation. We have taken a commitment here with the committee and yourselves that we've just brought our professionals. And earlier on, as I've indicated, it is our responsibility, we'll interact with them once we're finished, how we're going to compensate, not us, but Parliament, their service. We then requested the team that they must distribute food as we proceed with the meeting, because we don't have time on the, we've wasted a lot of time, but we must appreciate yourselves that you are determining how your meeting must be facilitated. And that's an important matter because it's your meeting and how you want to contribute to our committee. Written submissions, if you have, you'll submit to, there are forms which we use as Parliament in terms of the submissions that you need to do to the Parliament. And at the point we are going to deliberate, we're able to tap into the issues that you have raised. So I'm going to request that you comment 2 people. Now that we've received, we've secured the professionals, we are able to proceed because that was the only matter that was under subject of a discussion. So we do not get them from yourself or from this table. They have experienced to translate on the proceedings, on record, and if there's any other individual who has complain on the proceedings, you must formally write to us and raise the complaints. In fact, it will enrich our report on the proceeding of this meeting. I think we're clear on our formulation of the report on how we must proceed. The last point, it may not be a problem for the meeting to suggest that now that it's 12 o'clock, we've scheduled the meeting from 10 until 3. Now that we're outside the time and members must commute from various areas, what is an allocated time that we must end the meeting? Because each and every speaker, she or he, on our standard public hearings, you are allocated 5 minutes to make your submissions on the bill and written submissions. We'll do that with the rider that we still have to consider to come back to Knysna again to facilitate this public hearing. Can I now establish if there's any other or this acceptance now that we've secured our team to proceed? We still have to summarize what is contained here and also outline how we are going to deal with that. Can I establish if there's a you can stand or sit, we don't have a problem with it. Can you assist you? Because we want to be on record, then we... Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Jabani, pleased to meet you. My name is Bridget. Okay, just listening to what you were saying regarding the time factor for today, we came all the way from George with a taxi, and that taxi will be collecting us at 3 o'clock. And if I may, I don't know how many people are from George. Would there not be a possibility to rather come to George Municipality?
Okay, no,
Because
no,
you know
no,
what,
not,
sir?
Is that the only point you wanted to raise?
Yes, for now, because of what you said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Noted. Our translators, it's now that you must start to demonstrate that at least to you, because this meeting was about translators, so I think...
Hi, good morning. Thank you, us. Leadership, yeah, it's very important that we must proceed and go forward to establish our country as well as our local community structures. Very important to acknowledge the spirit of our ancestors here this morning. The reason why things are not running smoothly and so on, that you awake our ancestors to fight against inequality and problems which we are in structures which is not in line indigenously to our community. So what we as the Intingwa House said this morning is that let's proceed, because there's many other most important bills that must be discussed, and we must take it forward like the Khoisan bill. We must take it forward. I thank you, Chief. Thank you, us.
Okay, I'll request that you introduce yourself and also translate what is...
Goeiemôre, my naam is Mervin en ek is bly om 'n bietjie in Afrikaans vir julle te vertaal. So julle moet my maar verskoon as daar 'n woord of twee is wat ek nou nie gaan raakvat nie, want ek het nie 'n politieke tong nie, mense. So ek vra julle moet net asseblief geduldig wees. Ek gaan probeer om so na as moontlik die vertaling reg te kry. So ja, my naam is Mervin en ek gaan dit probeer. Baie dankie.
Igama lami ngikhaleb Jolobe, ngamzazama utole kusuka kwe-English ukusa kusiXhosa. Ngizama nokwenza ukuba izinto zivakale. Ubhuti osanda ukuthetha uthetha ngento yoba ixesha esinalo lincinane ibe into ekuthethwa ngayo ibalulekile. Ucinga into yoba mayithethwe igqitywe kuze kuqalise ukusetyenzwa lezi zinto ezibaluleke ngakumbi.
Thank you. The next meeting or the venue, we're not going to discuss it here. We've noted it. It's a matter that the committee will discuss around it. So we're going to proceed. Is there any objection? Okay. Thank you very much. We are now joined by the two colleagues. They will just briefly summarize this bill. Advocate Malikate and your colleague, you can stand up just for a moment. Yeah. You can sit down. So when I look at you, you must communicate. Yeah. I'm not sure whether I'll be visible. So the reason I'm introducing the team that is led by Mr. Youssef there is because the National Assembly or Parliament and the committee, we don't have a decision around this bill.
Uthi ukuthi i-National Assembly of Parliament ne-committee apha ayinikwanga isigqibo sokuba ayinikwanga mvume yoba ithathe isigqibo kulo mbandela.
So we're bringing this bill before the committee and members of the public to comment on it.
Ngoko sisisale le bill kuba kwi-assembly kunye namalungu asekuhlaleni uba anikele amagqabazi uba asiva njani ngayo.
You can stand up, otherwise, because I'm up, I'm stand up. You can just compromise your time and stand up so that we.
Ons bring hierdie bil vir julle mense sodat ons julle insaag kan kry omtrent hierdie bil. Dis hoekom ons vandag hier is.
So the Constitutional Court took a decision that the certain amendment, the certain section in the Marriage Act that are inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic.
Sizawujonga sawuqwalasela imeko ezikhoyo kulo mthetho ezingavumelaniyo nalo mthetho sowukhoyo ngokwendlela ipublic eyibona ngayo.
So dit beteken dat daar is sekere dinge van die bil wat nie saamstem met die konstitusie van die parlement nie. En ons gaan daai dinge vandag vir julle verduidelik.
That it does not include other marriages, including the Muslim marriages.
Ayinanto iyakwenza neminye imithetho ngokodwa imithetho ebisikade iqhuba kakade yasentshona.
Dit sluit nie ander huwelike in nie, insluitend die Muslim huwelike.
The Constitutional Court directed Parliament and the President to correct this anomaly.
Die president het seker is aangestel om hierdie ding reg te stel.
Kuzawulungiswa izinto ezisele zikhona kulo mthetho.
The Department of Home Affairs has then initiated what we call a white paper.
Isebe lezenhlalo yela lungiselela into esiyibiza ngokuba yi-white paper.
So die Home Affairs het iets ingestel wat genoem word die wit papier. Ek weet nie hoe om het nou, maar white paper soos in wit papier direct te vertalen. Witskrif, dankie. So julle moet my help. Dankie man.
The objective of the white paper was to consolidate all existing marriages into one single statute.
Injongo yephepha elimhlophe zawutshoke ngesiXhosa kodwa yi-white paper ukudibanisa indlela oqiqwa ngayo iyonke eminye imithetho ibe nemeko efanayo kanye ijongwe ngendlela efanayo.
So die doel van die wetskrif is om alle huwelike saam te bind in een.
Home Affairs then developed what you call a bill that was consulted throughout the country, stakeholders, political parties, traditional, and also religious community. And they've adopted a bill that has been presented or tabled in Parliament.
isebe lezenhlalo kanye home affairs iyenza ibill okanye ibhale lo mthetho ekuye kwathethwana ngawo nabantu abahlukahlukeneyo abachaphazelekayo kuwo ngaphambi kokuba kuziswe kuzo kuthethwa ngawo.
So hierdie bil het se doel is om sekere mense saam te bring. Ja, ek het nou die gedagte verloor.
So the bill is tabled before Parliament, and what we did as the committee is to subject this bill to members of the public for comments.
Le bill okanye lo mthetho omtsha sowusiwe eParliament kodwa ke ngokuziswa ebantwini kuze baviwe babona bavakalelwa njani ngawo.
So hierdie bil is na die parlement toe gevat en vandag bring ons dit na die mense sodat ons sekere kommentare kan kry van mense wat miskien nie saamstem of saamstem met hierdie bil nie.
So we've traversed almost this is the 8 provinces, and in a province, we visit 3 districts to interact with members of the public.
Ngoku sesihambe iprovince ezisibhozo kanye amaphondo ayi-8 ukuze sithethe nabantu kwiphondo ngalinye sikhethe idolophu ezithile ukuze sithethe nabantu.
So ons besoek as gevolg van hierdie vetoreg, ek het nou net gehoor, iemand het my reg gehelp in die gehoor. Sorry? Wetsontwerp. Ja, omtrent hierdie wetsontwerp besoek ons nog verskillende dorpies en stede en soante om mense reg te help hiermee.
Already the bill is supported and others are rejecting, but with reasons that are contained in this amendment bill.
Ukuzokutsho ngoku lo mthetho uyaxhaswa ngabantu abathile kodwa bakhona bawuphikisa ibe bayazibeka izizathu.
So hierdie wetsontwerp word deur sekere mense teëgestaan en ander stem miskien saam daarmee en dit is hoekom ons hier is.
So this opportunity we have convened today is to give you to submit, to make oral submissions and written submissions to members of the staff of Home Affairs and Parliament.
Ngoku nani apha ninikwa ithuba lokuba nimamele nize ninikela awena amazwi okanye olwenu uluvo olubhaliweyo okanye oluthethwe ngomlomo.
So julle word die geleentheid gegee as gevolg van hierdie wetsontwerp om julle insaag en dit wat julle dink ook te gee vir hulle wat hier is van die parlemente.
Before I invite you, I want to highlight few issues that are contained in the bill.
Ngaphambi kokuba ndiqhubele phambili ndifuna ukuthetha ngengongoma ezithile ezimbalwa ezivelayo kulo mthetho.
Ek wil net 'n paar dinge noem omtrent hierdie wetsontwerp.
So the bill also outlined the requirement for monogamous marriages.
Lo mthetho uthetha ngemitshato yabantu umtshato wabantu abanye.
So hierdie bil praat van, ek het nou net die een woord gemis, is dit monogamous?
Monogamy.
Ja, okay. Ja, een man en een vrou, soos hy sê daar, monogamie. Dit is waaroor hierdie wetsontwerp gaan.
Umtshato apho umuntu atshate nomntu omnye.
The bill also outlined the requirement of polygamous marriages.
Kwakhona lo mthetho uthetha nalapho umuntu atshate nabantu abaliqela.
So die wetsontwerp gaan ook oor mense wat verskeie huweliksmaats het of meer as een huweliksmaat het.
The bill also provides for the designation of marriage officers.
Uphinde lo mthetho uthethe ngomsebenzi ozakwenziwa ngabatshatisi.
So die wetsontwerp maak voorsiening ook vir die aanstelling van sekere offisiere, huweliksoffisiere.
The bill also outlined the age in which spouses can enter into marriages.
Uphinde lo mthetho uthethe ngobudala umuntu afuneka abe kuko ukuze avumeleke ubatshata.
So die wetsontwerp maak ook voorsiening vir mense van sekere ouderdom of van 'n sekere ouderdom af wat daarvoor kan in aanmerking kom.
The bill also outlined the process of getting married with a national or foreign national, what you call apostille letter.
Uphinde lo mthetho uthethe ngendlela ezawukulandelwa xa umuntu ezawutshata nomuntu ongengowalapha, umuntu welinye ilizwe.
So die wetsontwerp maak ook voorsiening vir wanneer jy wil trou met 'n buitelander, iemand wat nie van hierdie land is nie.
What we've already received or comments from members of the public relates to the following.
Into esesiyifumene ngokwamagqabaza asuka kubantu ngokubanzi inento okwenza nalento sawuthetha ngayo ngoku.
So dit is wat ons nou ontvang het van sekere mense en dit is waaroor ons nou wil met julle wil gesels.
The views which are expressed by members relates to polyandry.
Abantu abasebethethile ngokuphathele imitshato abantu abaninzi bathi
In other words, they want the bill to include polyandry provision.
sifuna lo mthetho ubafake nabo.
Ons wil hê die huwelik moet ook andere insluit.
Lo mthetho unento okwenza naxa kutshate umuntu obhinqileyo kodwa ethathe namadoda amaninzi.
This is one of the areas that was in the white paper, but in the bill it's not reflecting.
Dit is wat in die wetsontwerp was, maar wat nou nie saamgevat is in hierdie wetsontwerp nie.
Lento into esesiyibonile kodwa engaveli emthethweni.
In any other matter that you want to raise in relation to the marriage bill, how it must be formulated, how Parliament must consider to change certain provision, this is an opportunity for you to make that submission to the committee.
Sizawuthetha ke nangezinye izinto ezingaveli emthethweni esifuna ukuba iParliament icinge ngazo ize izifakele kulo mthetho. Lithuba eli loba sithethe ngazo.
We want to
So ons gaan nou praat oor hierdie wetsontwerp, sekere dinge wat nou net daar is nie en ons gee julle kans om kommentaar te lewer oor wat julle wil hê.
We want to request you to make submissions freely, but also respect the views of each other. In other words, when a member has raised his or her comment, you must appreciate that that is a comment that she or he ought to present to the committee.
Sifuna nonke nikhululeke ninike lamagqabaza enu ukuthi nizibona kanjani izinto kodwa ngaxeshanye sizihloniphe izimvo zabanye kuba lo ndlela ibeke ngayo omnye indlela yena aziva ngayo.
Wees vry om julle eie insaag te gee, maar asseblief respekteer ook ander mense se opinies en insaag.
When you come to the fore, you must introduce your name. You must indicate whether you reject the bill or you support and the reason behind.
Xa uzawuthetha kufuneka uqale uzichaze uba ungubani, ulandise ngokuxela uba uyayixhasa na okanye uyasiphikisa lo mthetho, wandule ucacise izizathu zakho.
So asseblief, wanneer julle gaan praat, sê julle name en of julle dit hierdie wetsontwerp teestaan of daarmee saamstem.
You will be allocated or you are allocated 5 minutes in terms of our standard procedure.
Uzawunikwa imizuzu emihlanu.
Julle sal 5 minute gegee word op die standaard.
Honorable Mohale is not here. Once I conclude, I will invite Honorable Ngubane to facilitate the invitation.
Xa ndigqibezela apha ndizawubiza uQabane uNgubane ukuba abe nguye oqhubekayo.
Ek sal Kubane Wane roep om sy insig ook te gee.
We'll now proceed with the meeting.
Siyaqhubeka ngoku nentlanganiso.
Ons gaan nou voort met die vergadering.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair has explained how we're going to proceed,
njengoba usihlalo selixelile indlela esawuqhuba ngayo.
Ons sal net vir julle nou sê hoe ons gaan voortgaan.
I'm going to take 10 hands on this side and then come back again and take another 10 hands on that side. And if I've called you 10 hands here and point you, you come, you sit on the queue here, and then you proceed as the Chair said. You don't take long, you take 5 minutes, and then you give your input And I think what other thing that the chair has emphasized, that those that have written down their input can immediately, while we are busy taking verbal input, they can go to that site and submit their written input on the table of the Home Affairs.
Ndizawuqala ndithathe izandla ezilishumi kwelinye icala ndiphinde ndithathe ezinye ezilishumi kwelinye icala. Xa sewunikiwe ithuba lokuthetha funeka usuke utshintshe indawo yokuhlala uphinde ubuyele emgceni. Abo banezinto abazibhalileyo njengoba betshila usihlalo babanye bangazibhala phansi bangazigqithisa phaa etafileni.
Ons gaan 10 aan die een kant vat, 10 aan die ander kant. En hulle gaan kom sit en dit verduidelik en na hierdie tafel toe gaan om hulle insaag te gee.
Okay, so I will request hands on this, on my right side.
Cela izandla kwicala elingasekunene lalathe kulo.
Hande op die regterkant asseblief.
1, you can come in front. 1, 2, 3. There are no hands on this other side. Can I have another hands on this side? 4, 5, 6, 7. Any other 3 hands? 8, 9, 1 hand. And then I have the 10 hands. So you can come and sit on the row in the middle. You can wait a bit so that everyone come and be on the queue. Those that are appointed, I requested them to come in the middle. Okay, another 4 hands again. You can come inside. How many hands we shot off there? 3, 2 hands. Okay, there are no other 2 hands. Okay, I request that we please keep quiet and so that everyone can hear the input.
Ons wil net hê almal moet 'n bietjie stil bly sodat ons kan hoor wat die persoon sê wat nou gaan praat.
You can proceed. Thank you.
My name is Ntombekaya. Sorry. Igama lami Ntombekaya Ncwadi Boy. Ngisuka eGeorge.
My name is Ntombekaya Ncwadi Boy. I'm from George.
Ek kom van George af, my naam is Ntombekaya.
And ndicela ukuqala before ndingene emxholweni ndiphakamise into ethi nisinikile incazelo sinikile ubhuti but umxholo khangangene kuwo ukuba ngaba lo iparlamente ilanto ibangela ba izoma nathi apha uthini khange ningene emxholweni but ke kuba ke mna ke bendifumene la workshop elava iCamp isicelo sami sokuqala manje siphakamise ndiyacela iparlamente next time isinike chance yokuba i-workshop sibe nayo ngokwaneleyo because thina sive kwi-IDP meeting I think on 21st into bana kuzabakho nge-27 lantuka yanamhlanje.
My first comment is that we have been given this pamphlet but we haven't given the theme we're going to be talking about. Well, my request is that next time the parliament must give us ample time because we only had our meeting on the 27th and there was not enough time to prepare for this meeting.
Ek is baie ongelukkig want daar was nie genoeg tyd vir ons gegee om voor te berei vir hierdie meeting nie.
Into endicinga uba mna ndingayiphakamisa kwisivumelano ke somtshato about i-bill marriage le ndicinga into yokuthi kuyafuneka nathi sijonge kukho laa nto yokuvumelana kokutshata utshate like naba bantu bafikayo bokufika zawuthi thina sithi ngamaSomalia. I'm sorry into bana ndithethe ngolo hlobo ne aba bantu bafika babe ne shops ufika mos eze apha ngokwe business So uyafika uthatha abantwana abancinci umzekelo bane 18 years.
What I'm going to talk about here, my point is on the marriages we get into with the foreign people, which I personally call Somalians. Excuse me if that is offending the others. Those people come here with an aim to open businesses and they start marrying some of the very young girls.
So een van die dinge wat my omkrap is die feit dat Somaliërs, Pakistanis, die mense met die winkeltjies, hulle kom hier en hulle trou met jong dogtertjies van 18 jaar oud. Dit is nie reg nie.
Yinto esibetha kakhulu kwinto ezinjalo because umntana uyakwazi uyobiwa because laa mntu uza apha efuna indlela yokuqala ibhizinesi. Kanti ebhek ushiya etshatile. Asimazi, akamazi, akakho mntu umaziyo uba usuka phi ithini background but eyona nto ayifunayo kulo mntana ufika semthembisa ngomtshato. Awugqiba ukutshata nalo mntana, umntana uyayifihla endlini butshatile. Kanti unefani yimbi egambeni kwethuba zizinto efuneke sizivelele because laa mntu ufuna nje ukwenza ibhizinesi nendlela yozokuhlala apha mhlawumbi uze ngendlela engeyiyo apha eSouth Africa so ufuna indlela yothi abe utshatile. Awugqiba duke ke ngoku.
This is something that is hurting to us because these people come with an aim to open businesses here. Probably they've got a marriage already back there. They get to marry a young, naive child here who also hides from his parents that she now has got another marriage. Later on, things come with a difficulty when this man now packs up and go because all he wanted was to get into South Africa to do business.
Ja, wat nog meer omkrap is die feit dat hierdie Somaliërs, jy weet nie of hulle getroud is in die land waar hulle vandaan afkom nie. Maar nou trou hulle saam met hierdie Suid-Afrikaners net om 'n idee of iets te kry om wetlik geregistreerd te word.
So ndicinga uba ngokunokwam ibalulekile into yobana siyazi i-background yomntu before abe siyavumelana into yobana lo mntu usuka phi, wenze ntoni, usuke emtshatweni udivosile or ithini into yakhe because ngoku bazodestroya abantwana bethu bebancinci. Enkosi.
All we want to do now is to get information on the background of the person before he's allowed to get married to one of our children because now they are destroying the future of our children.
So ons wil asseblief informasie van hierdie mense kry want hulle vernietig ons kinders hier in Suid-Afrika voor hulle met hulle mag trou.
Nesicelo sokuba ke nayo leyo andali ngesivumelwano esisiphakanyisayo kodwa iyafuna nathi singabantu abasebenza eParliament ke sizijongele ezinye into before sivumelane nesigqibo ngoba kaloku ingxaki esifike sibe nayo leyo ba utshata umuntu ongamaziyo ngomsi uyasweleka awumazi uba mthini unabantwana abancinci abantwana ke ngoku awubazi noba mhlambi isiko labo lithini. Enkosi.
I'm not disputing the bill, but I'm just requesting the Parliament to look into this thing before writing some things. Because now we've got children that are giving birth to other children, while we don't know the culture of the father of the child.
So jy sien dat ek stry saam met die parlement, maar ek wil maar net hê dat dinge op die regte manier gedoen moet word.
Mandibulele ithuba onike lona mhlala ngaphambili.
Thank you for the time given to me, Mr. Chair.
Baie dankie.
Igama lami ukuqala ngingumzoxolo wabanzana liphuma eGeorge ngam.
My name is Mzoxolo Banzana from George.
My naam is Zimkala van George.
Zoxolo. Ndizawuba bukhasela ngakulosisi usanda uhla apha.
I'm going to talk similar points to what the lady here has just said.
Ingakumbi kumbawo ukutshata abantu utshate nomuntu wangaphandle.
So ek ondersteun wat die dame nou net gesê het wat hy gepraat het spesifiek wat iemand wat van buite afkom om met daardie persoon te trou.
In particular to children, to our people marrying people from outside.
Ndifuna ubana iParliament ikinike ingqwalasela emandla malunga ke ngonalo mthetho okanye ngawuchwethela ecaleni wona.
I'm going to request the Parliament to give a deeper attention to this matter.
Ek sal asseblief vir die parlement vra om net aandag te gee aan hierdie probleem.
Ngoba unobungozi phi aba bantu sixakwe ngabo ngoku apha nge-drug.
This is dangerous because we are particularly having a problem with these people concerning drugs.
Ja, die probleem en gevaar van hierdie mense is dat hulle is te doen, hulle versprei drugs en hulle te doen met dit.
Xa kuzawuvunyelwa ke ngoku into yokubana mabatshate abantwana bethu abazungena ne-drugs ngokukhululekileyo ngokwapha kweli.
If now they are going to be allowed to marry our children, aren't you also giving them time or opportunity to bring drugs easily to our country?
So as ons hulle gaan toelaat om met ons kinders te trou, gee ons hulle dan nou nie die reg om vrylik drugs in die land in te bring.
Ngoba basixakile ngoku aba bantu bangaphandle. Xa bazawuthi ke ngoku batshata abantwana bethu, no, iparlamente mayikuchethele ecaleni lo mthetho lowo wokuba mabatshate abantwana bethu aba bantu.
We are already suffering because of these people. If now they are given the opportunity to marry our children as well, no. We suggest the parliament must put this one aside, not proceed with it.
Ja, ons het 'n probleem met hierdie mense. Dit is eintlik 'n probleem. Ons vra die parlement om hierdie wetsontwerp asseblief eenkant toe te sit.
Ngoba xa uthe watshata umntanam naye uzabe engummi ke ngoku welizwe ngokupheleleyo. Nto leyo ngoku esikhalayo into yokokubana bangahamba nakusasa aba bantu. Asifuni into yobana mabahambe ngoba abantwana bethu ngoku dibana naye ethetha yedwa ngenxeni yento yokokubana iingqondo ezi azikho ngenxa yokuba utya ezinyawupe needek nazo zonke ezi zinto bazanazo kweli lizwe lethu.
Now, if we allow this, we are giving them the opportunity to be citizens in our place, taking our children, and we also want them to go, and we don't want them to go leaving our children now obsessed with these drugs, nyaupe and all which is mentioned.
As ons hulle toelaat om met ons kinders te trou, gaan ons kinders 'n probleem kry. Hulle raak mal as gevolg van al hierdie dwelms wat hulle by betrokke raak as gevolg van hierdie mense.
Kamva labantwana bethu liphelile tu basenakamva ngoku ngenxeni yaba bantu ngoku urhulumente athi mabatshate nabantwana bethu. Mawuchwethele ecaleni lo mthetho, ndimile ke tata apho, enkosi.
The future of our children is now doomed because of the people that are now given authority to marry our children. This bill must be put aside. I stop there.
Ja, die toekoms van ons kinders is in gevaar as gevolg van hierdie mense. So ek wil asseblief hê dat hierdie wetsontwerp nie toegelaat moet word nie. Ek volstaan daarby.
Yes, proceed.
Good afternoon, goeiemiddag, molweni, IHS, salam alaikum. My name is Anwar Solomons. I'm a ward committee member from Ward 9, representing the western part of the Desdorp area of Oudtshoorn local municipality.
Ek het nou die naam gemis.
Anwar Solomons.
Anwar Solomons, hy is van die ward komitee. Weet jy hoe om
Wijkskomitee.
Wijkskomitee. Ek moet dit in Engels oorsit, mense, jammer man. My name is Anwar, I'm from Ward Committee, wat is die nommer?
Ward 9.
Ward 9.
Of Oudtshoorn local municipality.
And he's also working for the municipality?
No, I'm from Ward 9 of Oudtshoorn local municipality.
Okay, we said it. We said it.
Ulichazile igama lakhe usebenzela abantu usuka eOudtshoorn.
Okay. I would like to make 3 or 4 issues that I want to bring to the fore about the marriage amendment bill. One issue the chair of the committee has already addressed about the polyandry of where a woman is allowed to, or currently a woman is not allowed to have more than one husband.
Ndifuna uthetha ngeemeko ezintathu asebethethile ngazo. Enye yazo kuxa umfazi okanye umuntu obhinqileyo utshata nabantu abaninzi.
So een van hierdie dinge wat ek wil oor praat is wanneer iemand met baie vrouens getroud is.
No, the one issue that I said that the chairperson has addressed, kom ek sê so in Afrikaans. Okay, all right. Een van die onderwerpe waaroor ek wil oor praat is of wat die voorsitter klaar oor gepraat het is oor die misandry waar 'n vrou meer as een man kan trou, want op die oomblik in hoofstuk 3 seksie 6 subseksie 2 en 3 die taal wat hulle daar gebruik is seksisties van aard.
Oh, nee. Iemand anders moet maar kom oorvat mense.
Okay, may I ask everyone, is it better that I speak Afrikaans or in English?
Julle kom vertaal maar, ek is uit die mense. No, this is not on.
No, let's assist. My brother. This is an important meeting. This one. And we spent an hour looking for professionals. No, I'm not. No, I'm assisting you so that we proceed. And we've committed that we'll come back to Knysna. We just want to proceed with this first session. So can you try? Can you try to meet us halfway in terms of summary? Just summarize issues because they are in English. We're also noting some of the issues. Because once we have disruption, we can't able to note. Let's deal with the summary on the matter, and then we proceed. Sorry for that incident. Thank you.
Okay. Long story short, chapter 3, section 6, subsection 2, and subsection 3 uses sexist language in nature because here it allows the husband to have more than one wife, or it gives a definition of who a husband is. The reason why I say it is sexist in nature is because there are instances where a woman, a wife, is able to or he wants to be married to more than one husband. So I just want the committee to amend this specific section. Another thing that I
uthi apha ukuqaphela into yoba kukhona ucalucalulo ngokwegender ngokobuni ngokwendlela obekwe ngayo lo mthetho la utshoyo the subsection 2 no 3 uyikhona ucalucalulo ngokobuni ngokwendlela obekwe ngayo benqwenelwa noko iparlamente iuhlole kwakhona indlela obeke ngayo.
Brother, ek gaan nie hy lang is goed kan onthou nie. Ek is eerlik saam met jou.
Okay, so in short, he said the Afrikaans. In kort, nee, het hy gesê dat die taalgebruik in die wetsontwerp is seksisties. Want alles gaan tegnies net oor die man se deel wat 'n klomp vroumense het, maar 'n vrou kan nie 'n klomp mansmense trou nie. So die taalgebruik is een van sy grootste dinge is wat in die bil is.
In die seksie.
In die seksie van subseksie 2 en 3 hier gesê, né?
Yeah. Other issue that I want to bring to the fore is that in some communities, some individuals, some families, since Africa used to be a British colony, we have common law. We practice Roman Dutch law, traditional law, Sharia law in certain circumstances, but also common law.
Enye into bendifuna ukuyitsho kwakhona ekubeni thina njengabantu balapha eMzantsi sathatha umthetho osikwe eBritane sinemitshato yahlukeneyo sibiza ngoba ndizawusebenzisa ke i-common law mtshato i-common law
Roman Dutch law, traditional law.
Yes, ezinye andikwazi ngesixhosa ubiza kodwa ke traditional law uthetha ngumtshato wesintu. Sinalo mitshato yahlukahlukeneyo ngenxa yokuba sasikade siyikoloni okanye siphantsi kweBritane.
Okay, so wat hy nog gesê het is dat ons as 'n tradisionele gemeenskap beoefen ons gemeenskaplike wetsontwerp vir ons gemeenskaplike wet, dan het ons tradisionele wetsontwerp getrou en dan het ons ook die Romeinse Duitse trouwette wat ons gehoorsaam in Suid-Afrika.
Yeah, in this bill, it accommodates people who marry under Roman Dutch law, under traditional law, and in Sharia law, but it does not accommodate people who are who are living in common law marriage. People who are living together for 5, 10 years, 20 years. They've been living together, but the law doesn't recognize those situations.
Kulo mthetho ubekiweyo apha siyabona uba kucingiwe ngabantu bayo yonke eminye imitshato ehlukeneyo kodwa akuthethwanga ngabantu abahlalisanayo ekusenwenje uba benexesha elide behlala asiboni kuthethwa ngabo kulo mthetho.
So die wetsontwerp hanteer die doel van gemeenskaplike, huwelike, van tradisionele huwelike, maar nie mense wat saam bly oor die algemeen nie. So jy wat al 5 jaar saam bly word nie geërken as 'n huwelikspaar nie.
Yeah. Another issue that I want to bring to the fore, if it falls under the view of this committee, is in Section 5, subsection 1A, and Section 6, subsection 1A, both state clearly, both partners or all the marrying partners must be 18 years or older. But currently, in South Africa, we have age of consent, but the age of consent is 16. Yes?
Enye into endifuna uyivelisa apha andiyazi ke kodwa noba iyangena nakule nto sithetha ngayo kweza subsections azibizileyo uthi kuthethiwe apha ngoba ubudala kuze umuntu atshate iminyaka e-18 kodwa apha eMzantsi Afrika ubudala esinabo ngoku ekuthethwa ngabo iminyaka eyi-16.
So jy moet sê die subsections wat hy eintlik nou genoem het, die probleem is dat ons kan trou op 18, maar die age waar ek kan ja sê vir seks is 16. So dit maak nie sin, ek kan 'n groot mens aan een kant wees, maar ek se kind op die ander kant.
So if it falls under the view of this committee, I would like the committee bring the issue to Parliament to raise the age of consent in South Africa from the age of 16 to the age of 18, because a lot of circumstances like this marriage but explicitly state you must be 18 years to enter into marriage. 15 years on other issues.
Besicela ukuba iParliament ijonge kwakhona lo mbandela wobudala apha. Ngaba ngo-18 okanye izaba ngo-16.
As die parlement kan vir ons oor kan gee en net die ouderdomsgroep van 16 af na 18 toe kan bring sodat dit verstand kan maak vir albei.
I would like to thank Parliament for coming here to giving us this opportunity to raise our issues with the marriage bill. Yeah.
Siyabulela iParliament ngosinike ithuba loba nathi sivelise zethu izimpo.
Ek wil net dankie sê vir die parlement om ons oor te gee om die wetsontwerp.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is David Reuters. I'm a traditional leader and ward committee member of the Oudtshoorn municipality.
Siyabulisa igama lakho lixelile uthi yena ke ungumntu okhokhela abantu ukwakhona kwibhodi yase-Oudtshoorn.
Goeiedag almal, ek is David Reuters. Ek is 'n ward committee member en ek is hier vandag om my insig te gee oor die wetsontwerp.
Chair, I would like to raise a number of issues around talks about the proof and identity. Now, I think
kusihlalo ndifuna ukuvelisa ingongoma eziliqela
oor klusule 4 oor identiteitsdokumente.
Yeah. I think it's important that the court or anybody, if allow people younger than the age of 18 to get married. That is first and foremost.
besicela ukuba ikhotho okanye nawuphi negunya avumele abantu batshate bengaphansi kwenyaka we-18. Sisicelo sokuqala eso.
Ik denk het is belachelijk dat die hof dat goed denkt dat iemand van 18 wat nog tegen zijn kind is, moet trouwen.
Second one is clause 8, the designation of other persons as marriage officers. Now, I think we should be very worried if unqualified or unregistered officials marry people. We should be very clear around that point.
Kwakhona ku-clause 8 apho kuthethwa khona ngabatshatisi sicinga uba besifama siyazikhathaza okanye sicinga nzulu ngabantu abangenayo imfundo okanye abangaqeqeshwanga ukuba bawenze lo msebenzi.
Die klousule oor die mense wat ons gaan trou, oor die offisiers, die huweliksoffisier, ons moet baie versigtig wees oor die feit dat gaan ons gekwalifiseerde mense kry of mense wat ongekwalifiseerd is om die taak te verrig.
On clause 12, the objections to marriage is very, very important that people who have an objection against a marriage between two persons, that point must be registered and investigated.
Kwinqaku lesibhozo ngokusiphathele abantu abangavumelaniyo nabantu babatshate ingathi elo nqaku lifanele lihlolisiswe kwakhona.
Die klousule wat hulle sê dat enige iemand wat die huwelik toestaan, die punt wat gelig word moet ondersoek word sodat daar geen verwarring is met die persoon wat alle hand oplig om te sê ek teenstaan teen troue in die huwelik. Jammer.
And the last point, clause 13, the registration of marriages, that is so important. It must be on the book. Thank you, sir. The point of registration of marriages, people must be registered on book.
Enye into endinokuyivelisa yeyokugqibela ke ngoku yeyoba ukubhaliswa komtshato abantu ababhaliswayo kufuneka babe kwabona baregistered okanye babhalisiwe.
Thank you.
Die registrasie van die huwelik is baie belangrik. Elke persoon wat trou moet geregistreer wees. Sê dan. Dankie sê.
Goedemiddag, geëerde parlementsleden. Ik is Sarah Jones, een gewone burger van Renendaal. En ik
weet... Sarah Jones, die sugar Renendaal.
Ik is... Mevrouw Jones, ik is van Renendaal.
Is it? Okay, thank you. You must speak English. Ik wil net graag een verzoek terug aan het parlement. Ik is christen. Ik heb een seun wat christen was en moslim getrouwd. Nou kom ik bij julle in Johannesburg en ik vraag voor mijn schoondochter, hoekom is jou van nog altijd op jou nooiens van? En zij zei voor mij, mami, want mijn man heeft mij nog niet gevat om wettig te trouwen. Nou wil ik die parlement verzoeken dat jullie moet alsjeblieft proberen om overeen te komen met die moslimcultuur en geloof, dat wanneer een huwelik voltrek wordt, hulle moet een wettige offisier wat kan trouw saamvat, dat die man en die vrou so met diezelfde dag die huweliks certificate teken, want dit het my gehinder. Want ek weet sy begeer om graag wettig getroud te wees, maar my seun maak die moeite nie. En ek weet nie, ek is miskien emosioneel, maar ek voel net die parlement moet probeer om in daai verband met die moslimgemeenskap te ooreenkom hulle rade, sodat hulle kan kyk of dit nie wettig gemaak kan word nie, want dit is 'n kwessie as Christen, jammer dat ek nou so diep gaan, dat my seun kan maar sommer enige vrou vat en trou wie hy wil, en as ons nou dink in die lig van siektes en sulke goed, saam te neem indien moslim trouwens voltrek word, om kerk toe te gaan saam met die man en saam huis toe te gaan na die vrou toe. Baie dankie. Dis my versoek. Dit is 'n groot concern vir my. Dankie.
I have a big concern because when it comes to Sharia law, I was in Johannesburg And then my son changed from Christianity and changed religion to Islam. Whilst my daughter is still married to him, they married traditionally or via Sharia law. Yet, when I asked her, are you married legally and on paper, she said no. So what she's asking is, can Parliament consolidate the normal Christian marriages with Islam so that at the first day they get married, they can go to court, get married legally on paper so that she's protected and the husband is protected?
Uthi umama umntana wakhe bebeseGoli, umntana wakhe waze wachata nomsilamsi, bachata ngomshado obusilamsi owahlukileyo ke kumshado obuKristu. Ngoku behalela ukwazi into yoba iParliament ibingenawukwazi na uyidibanisa le mitshato ukwenzela uba baqiniseke uba umntwana wabo xa etshata utshate ngokusemthethweni owaziwayo nowamkelekileyo kwilizwe lethu.
Your next, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Goedemiddag, allemaal. Molweni. To the panel, thank you. My name is Liebel Davis. I'm the DA caucus leader in Knysna. I've also been a marriage officer for many years. So I've married a lot of people and this is really relevant to me. There's just 3 points that I have here today.
Okay, uyichazile igama lakhe ungomnye wabatshatisi unexesha elide engumtshatisi kwalapha eNysna unengokomafuna ukuzivelisa.
Ek is meneer Rebel van Knysna. Ek is die hoofsweep van die DA caucus.
Okay. Clause 17.1. It makes it a criminal offense to marry someone under the age of 18. It also criminalizes anyone except children who knowingly participate in such a marriage. However, the punishment structure is a problem. The clause only allows for a fine and after a fine, imprisonment. So it creates a bit of an issue because especially the issue related to children is a very serious one. So it's unclear why the clause opts for such a lenient treatment when someone marries a child. And so I propose that the clause be amended to state fine or imprisonment so that the court can make a decision on that.
All right. Uthi apha kumlandela ukutshata nobudala bomntu khona into kukophulwa komthetho xa umuntu etshata umntana ongaphansi kweminyaka 18 uthi ke ngoku
So it must be direct. There must be a direct sentence immediately to a perpetrator.
Uthi ke ngoku into ayingxaki apha yoba kuse kubekho kungacaci xa kusiwa kwisohlwayo salonto ukuba ngaba lo muntu uzawubhatala ifine okanye uzawuvalelwa mayicace kahle uba kuthiwa yiphi yona nto kufuneka yenziwe.
Then we've got
Die clausule 2.17 van het Komite Kriminele Oortredings, die toepassing van die wet is te lig. Dis 'n fine en dan wat jy nog gesê is ja, maar wat Label vra is dat hulle direkte hofstraf kry en nie net 'n fine, veral wanneer dit kom met ons kinders wat minderjarig is.
Yes, thank you. Then point number 4, clause 3, recognizes any monogamous or polygamous marriage that was before the act came into effect, even if it wasn't legally recognized at the time.
Uthi ke apha ngokule clause what?
Point 4 of clause 3.
Yes. Uthi iyayivumela imitshato enoba imitshato apho umuntu atshate nomuntu omnye okanye atshate nabantu abaninzi. Usaqhubeka.
Clausule 4.3.
It recognizes the existing of monogamous and polygamous marriages before the act came into effect, even though it wasn't recognized at the time.
Dit erken monogamie en polygamie nie volgens de wet, maar het erken dit nie nou die sekere tydjie.
So punt 4 is baie, okay, I'm speaking of Afrikaans, but point 4 is very broad. It's too broad. It's worded broadly and it accidentally recognizes marriages that may violate the constitution, such as forced marriages.
Mara iclause yesine yona ithande ukunaba kakhulu ngohlobo loba ivumela nemitshato engahambelaniyo nomgaqo siseko wasemzantsi njengomtshato apho umuntu athwelweyo khona.
So I recommend that you add the phrase which complies with the requirements of this act. At the end of point 4 you put that in there.
Ndicebisa ukuba kube khona into ebhalwayo eyongezwayo ekupheleni kwalo mgaqo point 4 eza kwenza uba lo icace kakuhle uba kuthiwa makwenziwe njani.
En punt 4 se raamwerk is te breed. Wat hy gesê het, is te breed, so op die einde van dit wil jy hê
which complies with the requirements of this act at the end of point 4, because then you don't recognize unconstitutional marriages before the act came into being.
Okay, so hy wil hê dat punt 4 daai klousule moet ingesluit word, want dit bring nie in die feit dat mense geforseerde huwelike erken nie.
Yes. Thank you. And then lastly, clause number 6, it sets out the requirement for polygamous marriages. However, no country in the world currently allows generic polygamous marriages or polyamorous marriages in the broad sense. So I propose that the bill recognize only 2 specific polygamous marriages, that's African customary marriages and Muslim marriages.
Ndikaphela nokuba kuvunyelwe yonke imitshato apho umuntu atshata nabantu abafazi abaninzi, kodwa ngumzantsi wodwa ovumela loo nto uba kube bonke abantu bavunyelwe. So besicebisa into yokuba kuvunyelwe kuphela imitshato yesintu kunye neyobusilamsi.
Die akte erken polygamie en monogamie, maar die probleem is met polygamie kan dit polyamorie instel. Maar wat ons wil hê is dat hulle net die 2 moet erken. Polygamie in die tradisionele sens, want dit is Xhosa of Zulu, en dan monogamie wat net is 'n man. Alleen.
In an all 2, we propose not only that, but we also we propose only the 2 are recognized, African traditional and Muslim weddings or ceremonies, marriages. And then both are required to be 18. I think a gentleman spoke about that earlier on, which is very important. And then also consent should be given by the first wife.
Enye into esiyicebisayo ukuthi njengoba bekhe wathi omnye othethe ngaphambi kwam, kulo mthetho kongezwe into yoba ubudala mayibe ngu-18 kwakhona xa engumtshato umuntu atshata umuntu wesibini okanye wesithathu, unkosikazi wokuqala makavume.
Sharia law en dan ook met 'n tradisionele
Yes. So what I'm saying is I'm only speaking to the specific clauses and seeing how it should perhaps be amended. So generic polygamous marriages should not be recognized. So we cannot have a blanket approach to generic, and that is not possible.
Into yokuba makungathi kuvunyelwe yonke imitshato nje mayibe yile mibini yodwa, yewesintu noba silamsi, kungavunyelwa nje kwamtshato uba mawube ngabantu abanetshata nabantu abaninzi.
Ons wil nie dit moet die 2 tradisionele huis en dan Islam geken word. Nie enige iemand moet toegelaat word en met 'n klomp vroumense kan trou soos hulle wil. Dankie.
Thank you.
Vices, my elders. Vices. Goeiemôre almal. Good afternoon, everybody. Moreni manonke.
Sorry, you can speak sitting down so that you become comfortable.
I prefer to make my statement standing, sir.
Okay, all right, it's fine. Thanks. Sir.
My naam is Bernard Hannes. Ek is van Hooggekraal, van die Korana plaaslike inheemse raad. Ek staan hier vandag en dan praat ek as inheemse inwoner van Suid-Afrika. Ek het egter nie die vrymoed om verder te praat nie, maar ek gaan 3 punte noem. Die grond in aanneem van die grondwet sê South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Bernard Hannes. Bernard Hannes.
Because I'm Bernard Hannes. I'm speaking today on behalf of
Koranas.
I'm speaking about Korana.
Yes, with an indigenous.
Yes, I'm an indigenous person of South Africa.
Residing in Hooggekraal.
Residing in Hooggekraal.
currently known under its colonial name as Pakkelsdorp.
Ottersdorp.
Pakkelsdorp.
Oh, I'm residing in Pakkelsdorp at the moment.
Uchazile igama lakho ucela uhlale ePakelsdorp.
Okay. Die belangrijkste punt wat ik wil noemen, in die grondwet is, die grondwet se aanhef South Africa belongs to all who live in it. En dan word die verschillende rassen genoemd. En Cyril Ramaphosa het daar ons verwijs as black, but not black in particular. Dit beteken, die inheemse volk van Suid-Afrika word nie erken nie. Selfs nie eens al tradisionele inheemse huweliksbevestigingsseremonies nie. Punt 9.
So here in South Africa, we recognize all other cultures except for the Kwekwe or the Khoisan tribe.
Apha in South
general.
Africa siyabavumela bonke abantu ngaphandle kwamaKhoekhoe.
We are the first people and we're indigenous, but we do not get recognized and get the same apparent rights as all the other tribes within our country.
Singabantu bokuqala uba lapha kodwa sifumani zonke imvume namalungelo afunyanwa ngabanye abantu abahlalayo apha.
I would also like to bring this terrible indictment to this sphere of the corporation. You cannot, ons kan nie hierdie baie belangrike dokument 10 minute voor hierdie vergadering begin nie.
So with this document, I find it actually utterly appalling that it was given 10 minutes before without us having enough time to prepare.
Iyandiphazamisa into yokuba lo mthetho obaluleke kangaka kufuneka kuthethwe ngawo ngemizuzu elishumi singanikwanga thuba laneleyo loba sidingisise ngawo.
Verder, die Khoisan Raad is in 'n reses geplaas deur die regering.
The Khoisan tribe has been put into recession by the South African government.
Abantu bangamaKhoekhoe aye acinezelwa kakhulu lulawulo lwasemzantsi.
As ons dan op 9.1 verwys die volgende. Hoe kan hierdie wetgewing verwys word na 'n raad wat nie bestaan nie?
Point 911, how can this be taken to a group of people that does not exist, or a body that does not exist at all?
Ingongoma yesithoba yokuba ngathiwa ngiba le ngongoma sithetha ngayo kuthiwe mayixutyushwe okanye ixoxwe ngabantu abangajongelwanga ntweni.
That makes it an exercise in futility.
Le nto ibangela uba le nto sidibene ngayo apha ibonakala uba ayibheki indawo.
Die oefening beteken absolutely niks nie.
Vir ons as 'n eerste nasie.
For us as a First Nation.
Derhalwe keer ons hierdie wetgewing nie goed nie met al die, ek gaan maar die byvoeglike naamwoord los wat dit verdien.
Therefore, we do not support this bill at all, and I will leave the pronoun or the certain one I want to use, but that's why we will not support this bill at all.
Ugqibezele ngokuthi ke kutheni ixoxwa ngabantu abangajongelwanga ntweni ngenxa yeso sizathu andizukuyixhasa mna le mthetho ethethwa ngawo.
The next one.
Ngosi ndinguluyanda okaSongwiqi.
He states his name as Luyanda Songwiqi.
Ndipaya George.
My name is Luyanda
Songwiqi.
Excuse me? Songwiqi. And I am from George.
From George, yeah. The Ward Committee, Ward 15?
Isn't the committee Ward 15 in George?
I'm from the Ward Committee from Ward 15.
Ward Committee.
Ward Committee.
In Ward 15.
In Ward 15. Sorry.
Ndiyayibulela ihistory ke lena yanamhlanje ebomini bami into ba i-exercise democracy le yenzeka apha.
I'm very thankful and I consider this history of exercising democracy.
Ek is baie gelukkig dat ek my tradisie van my bewoording kan gebruik voor die parlement vandag van deur demokrasie.
Eyona nto kodwa endenziwari ngale bill ibaluleke olhlobo ayifikalelanga deeply kubantu bethu because uconsultwe only iward committee ngoku ndinewari uba zawufuneke ndiripoti njani.
I'm actually concerned about this very important bill because it has not reached deep into the community. Only the ward people were consulted. Now I'm worried how I'm going to present the story.
Ek is diep geraak deur die feit dat ons gemeenskaplede nie toegang gehad het tot die wetsontwerpie en alleenliks net die raadslede.
Kodwa ke mandizi-engage njengendoda kuba sendilapha.
However, let me talk like a man since I'm already here.
Laat ek soos 'n man praat, want ek staan al klaar hier.
To you, Chairperson, uzanika enye platform kanye ndiyagqibezela ndongena le 5 minutes ubunike yona. Ndingaphinda kwenye second round ndingaphakamisa ihlala.
I'm not sure I'm able to finish within these 5 minutes. Will Chairperson allow me another time on the second slot if I raise my hand?
Op die oomblik, as ek nie seker nie, maar ek dink nie die tyd wat geallokeer is na my sal genoeg wees. Ek kan die chair asseblief vir my nog 'n tyd gee wat ek weer my vraag kan voltooi asseblief.
Enkosini kakhulu bantu baseparlamente ngokusikhathalela nize apha ki-grassroots level ibaluleke kakhulu loo nto leyo.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, parliamentary people, for engaging us at grassroots level. This is very important.
Ek is baie dankbaar aan die parlement wat daar is en op die grondvlak met ons te kom gesels.
Okwangoku ndizawungena kii-points ezimbini ngendlela endibona ngayo because kufuneke apha uzochaza uxelele abantu baseparlamente indlela obona ngayo.
I'm going to talk about only 2 points here because what we are here for so that we can tell the parliamentary people how we see this thing.
Ek is hier net om 2 punte uit te lig sodat ons kan sê vir die parlementslede wat ons doele is.
Ndiyayivuyela ke kuMzantsi Afrika xa kuthiwa siza kwenza into enye xa kuthethwa ngomtshato izawuthi iphele nelobola phaa kwelaa cala lethu.
I'm so happy to notice that in South Africa we're going to have uniformity when it comes to marriages, which means we might abolish lobola in our places.
Just say that again. Wow, I say is baie gelukkig met die huweliksbou, want dan kan ons dalk die bruides aanraak uitskei.
Okay, point number 1, Makabane. Umna kwi-age bekuthethwa ngo-16, 18 ukuba kuvunyelwe umntana. Ndiyayikhaba loo nto. In terms of calculation yami endiyenzileyo, ndivumela into yokuba umntana makatshate ena 25 years.
What has been raised here is 16 and 18 in terms of age. But personally, I dispute that. According to me, a child must be allowed to get married when she's 25.
Die groot ding hier word gesê dat ons praat van terme van ouderdom van 16 en 18. Ek persoonlik voel dat die ouderdom van iemand wat in huwelik intree moet tot en met 25 opgeskuif word.
Loo nto ndisitsho nje akakabi really matured xa ina 18 years and the exploitation izawuvela umntana uzawuvimbeka i-education because lo mfana amthathayo undim uzamdubula abantwana uyazi uba xa ifumene umntana akazokwazi ubhala. You see, so ndithetha ukuthi ke ndisitsho nje makafumane ithuba lokuba ngaba ahamba ade it's plus minus most into ye-education xa ugqiba imatric at least 4 to 5 years. You see, so xa ndicalculator nyhani lo mntana makathe ngena phaa angavinjwa ubuntu bakhe into yoba ngaba i-education angayifumani because laa mfo uzothi esakhulisa lo mntana omncinci aphinda dubulwe omnye wesibini.
My concern is the maturity of the child. My concern is the maturity of the child. I want to have children, and by that time he didn't get enough time to get education, which in my calculation, it's about 4 years, so it could take him or her to 25 years. Even that is not enough, considering that this husband may not want only one child, but more than one. thus making it impossible for her to mature.
Die probleem is vir my is dat op die einde van die dag is die 'n jong dame wat vroeg trou, haar man se kinders, sy kan nie haar studies verder vat nie. Wat gebeur dan? Sy kort 4 jaar om haar studies te doen. Nadat kan sy nie werk kan kry nie, want dan sy man weer bo op haar en sy kry nog 'n kind.
Okugqibela ke ndingene kwesisini sinye umna nawe bhuti sitshate.
Lastly, I'm getting into the same-sex marriages.
Ndinesizathu sokuba in terms of checking statistics South Africa ufumanisa into yoba ingxaki indaba ye-AIDS millions ziyachazwa mos into yoba i-AIDS ingapha komlingo, which means kuyazanywa shem uprotecta into yoba ngaba abantu babaphile. Xa wena uyindoda ulisesini C1 sitshate, what about ngefuture yeli lizwe ngomso, because asizokwazi ukwenza abantwana thina sobabili, ndiyindoda nendoda. Bayafa abantu apha yile AIDS, then wena uvalela into yoba ngaba abantu bangafumani bantwana, and loo nto leyo you undermine uThixo, you see, because indaba.
I'm actually concerned about same-sex marriages because we have been told that the AIDS numbers, talking about the disease AIDS, are running up, and the population might not increase, while we are allowing people of the same sex to get married while they are not going to be able to bear children. So what I was saying about the future of the population.
Okay, so wanneer dit kom met ek het 'n groot probleem met dieselfde geslag huwelike. Die HIV pandemie in Suid-Afrika is al klaar hoog. So as ons dit gaan toelaat dat mense van dieselfde geslag gaan trou, dan gaan die syfer van geboorte gaan afneem. Dis waar ek 'n probleem het, en dan ook met die feit dat die HIV pandemie seevier deur die dak.
And really it's undermining uThixo, because uThixo is creating indoda nomfazi from uAdam noEva, siyayazi lo history. So ndithetha ukuthi ke okwangoku Mr Chair ndithi mna andihambiselani into yoba ngaba isayinwe yenziwe i-act into yoba isini whilst iSouth Africa siphila olu hlobo siphila ngalo. Enkosi.
In conclusion, I want to refer that according to the Bible, Adam and Eve were a man and a woman. We are undermining God by allowing people of same gender to get married.
Soos die Bybel sê, God het vir Adam en Eva geskape, en as ons toegelaat dat Adam met Adam gaan trou, dan vergeet ons vir God. Dankie.
The lady there.
Goedemiddag, good afternoon, Sabona, Domela. Guten Tag. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Bridget Fulyoun, and I am from Ward 18 George Committee.
Igama lam Bridget Fulyoun, ndisuka Ward
18.
Ward 15, 18 at George. Sorry.
Goeiedag, ek is Bridget Fulyoun, en ek kom al die pad van die raad, Ward 18 af uit George uit.
Okay, so I'm going to speak a little bit Afrikaans and English. I'm a former teacher, so teaching online, you intend to just speak English, but I am fully bilingual. So first of all,
Ndizawuqhuba ndivanga ke kuba ndifundiwe. Ngebe ndikade nditeacher ndiyakwazi uthetha isiNgesi ne-Afrikaans, ndizazithetha zombini ke ngoku.
Ek sal in Afrikaans en Engels praat, omdat ek onderwyser was, en ek tydens aanlyn ook school.
Okay, the gentleman that just spoke before me, I have to say I intend to agree with him when it comes to the same-sex marriages. I know we all have our freedom of choice. I beg your pardon? Oh, all right. Okay, so wat ek nou verstop? Well, okay. I did say that Indeed, understand what this gentleman was saying just before me regarding the same-sex marriages. All right.
Ndiyavumelana nokuthethwe ngulo bethetha phambi kwam ngokuphathelele ekutshateni kwabantu besini esifanayo.
Ek wil net sê dat ek stem volkome saam met die meneer wat voor my gepraat het oor dieselfde geslag huwelike.
Okay, however, it said that we've all got our own freedom of choice. So it's just so amazing, you know. God created Adam. Okay, did God create Adam and did he create another gentleman to be with Adam? The word says that we are supposed to be one flesh, husband and wife.
Ngokwehlobo siyaqonda into yoba wonke umuntu unemvume yokusebenziselwa kuluvo kodwa ke ilizwi lithi uThixo wadala uAdam akazange ethi wadala uAdam nenye indoda wathi makadale wadala uAdam nomfazi.
God het vir Adam en Eva geskape. As God vir Adam geskape het, wie is die ander man wat Adam mee sou getrou gewees het as God net vir Adam en Eva geskape het?
Okay, and then the other thing is with the age 18, I would like the panel to really rethink this. You know, at 18, I don't know who's got children that's 18 years old. They don't even know what they want to become in life.
Ngokuphathele ubudala kuthiwe apha mayibe lishumi elinesibhozo ndingavuya ukuba isigqeba besinokucingisisa kakhulu ngale minyaka uba ungumzali uyawufumanisa into yoba xa umntana ena-18 akakazazi noba ungubani.
Ek wil net die parlement baie mooi vra. Die ouderdom van 18 is nog te jonk. 'n Kind wat 18 is kan nie weet nie wat hulle wil doen met hulle toekoms nie. Hoe gaan hulle weet hulle is gereed om in 'n huwelik in te tree?
Okay, so, and the other thing is to the panel, my opinion, I would say 21. Because when you're 21, at least 18, 19, 20, 21, 3 years, imagine then finding out when you're 20 years old and you don't want to be with this man. No, I disagree with that fully.
Olwam uluvo lolokuba mayibe iminyaka eyi-21 noko xa ubala usuka ku-18 uya ku-21 khawucinge xa uneminyaka eyi-20 uze emveni koko uthi awufuni uba satshata nalo mntu sowutshate naye izawuthwani ke ngoku loo nto.
Ek voel dat die minimale ouderdom van 18 moet opgeskuif word na 21 toe om 'n rede dat die kind kan getroud word en dan by 20 wil hulle skei en dan sit ons nou met 'n groot probleem.
Okay, and then the culture marriages. Look, of my own culture, I just strongly believe that, you know, for a man to take a first wife, get consent from his first wife, to marry a second wife. So, what do we call that? Do we call that adultery?
Kulo mbandela wokushada umshado wesintu apho kuthiwa indoda ingayifumana imvume kunkosikazi yokuqala umshado wesibini siyibiza njani ke loo nto? Ngaba siyibiza ngoba luka ixesha?
Maar dit kom met tradisionele huwelike. Die eerste vrou moet toestemming gee dat die man die tweede vrou kan trou. Maar die vraag bly dan staan, wanneer hy dit doen, word dit geklassifiseer as hoerdery of nie?
Thank you.
Dankie.
Ndiyabulela.
Hi, goeiedag allemaal. Good thanks.
Can we be quiet, please?
My name is Ras Judah, and about the marriage law, the marriage for all cultures is actually a very holy thing.
Igama lam ndinguJuda ngokuba ndinaphathele imibandela yomtshato yonke imitshato ingcwele.
My naam is Ras Judah.
Yes.
En die huweliksaanwetswet is belangrik vir ons almal in alle kulture.
And it's not the way we want to change constitution and rights, because the way I see life will go its own flow and way, because there's certain things you can't stop actually.
Asifuni uba ngathi sitshintshe umthetho okanye izizwe ngoba ke ubomi buqhubeka ngokwendlela umuntu ngamnye akubona ngayo.
Nie dat ons die konstitusie wil verander of breek nie, is die gevoel is dat die lewe gaan aan, goed gaan vloei, heen en weer deur mekaar.
And the way we as the Aboriginals envisage this thing is that this Parliament committee have to give attention in a more coordinated way, the way I see it, because the previous speaker that spoke about the leadership, the Khoisan leadership bill, that was supposed to be before this one, and then first address that one, and then can address this one, because we saw it is more important.
Njengoba silapha sizizwe ezahlukene esinye omnye umuntu ebethetha apha bethethe ngesizwe sakhe samaKhoisan evakalelwa ngoba izinto zihambe ngaphambili koba zilandelelane besinqwenela into zenziwe ngolohlobo.
Ons as tradisionele leiers voel dat die wetsontwerp insette die oor die tradisionele Khoisan en Kwekwe mense moet eers getabuleer word voor die huwelikswetsontwerp, en ons voel dat die Khoisan se wetsontwerp is meer van belange as dit van die huwelik.
And we want the Parliament Committee to look into this thing that the previous speakers also spoke about, that we have to stop the incomers marrying INI young girls and demoralize this whole thing and giving them that high opportunities to come and get benefits out of INI system. We must stop that.
Besicela futhi isigaba sijonge okubekhe kwathethwa ngomnye bethethe ngaphambi kwami ngokuphathela abantu basuka ngaphandle abafike bathatha abantwana bethu ngaloo ndlela bezifumanele imvume yokuhlala baze bayisebenzise ngendlela engafanelanga abahlali basemzantsi.
Ek stem volkomen saam met die vorige spreker dat die mense wat buitelanders is nie met onze kinders kan trou nie, want hulle vat onze jong meisies om uit die staat benefits uit te kry.
And it's legal.
And it's legal.
Yeah. So if we want to move with this thing, they must look into this Khoisan and leadership bill and bring it to the people, that there can be public participation about that, because this caused many and a lot of anger amongst INI people.
Uba kufuneka siqhubele phambili ngalento sicela isigaba sifake engqalelweni lento ibithethwa ngophathela amaKhoisan benziwe nabo babe inxalenye yayo ngokusemthethweni ngoba ibangela ukucaphuka nokungaziqondi kakuhle izinto.
Ek wil net graag hê dat die parlement die wetsontwerp om die Khoisan leier dit te tabuleer en voor die gemeenskap kan bring, sodat ons gemeenskap kan toewyding kry oor wat die bil en die wetsontwerp eintlik regtig oorgaan.
Because the current leaders in our country, they only look it in one direction. If we want to save our country now, then it is of absolute importance to bring that bill to the ground, that we can discuss it thoroughly, because politically they already weaken us in the way they did, because they disbanded the UDF at first, is where they broke us off from the ANC. And a lot of INI people did struggle hard in this country, and we received nothing yet.
Uthi unqwenela into yoba lo mbandela ukhe ujongisiswe zinkokheli ezikhoyo ngokuba into ebonakalayo ngoba zijonge ecalanye lento iye yabangela ke uba kube khona ukucaphuka nokungonwabi nokungakwazi ukuqhubela phambili.
Ons wil graag hê dat die stad ons ernstig moet opvat, want ons Khoisan bil is tot gronde toe gestoot. En die bil kan eintlik help dat 'n verskil gebring kan word in ons gemeenskappe. Maar ons was weggebreek soos met die UDF van die ANC af.
So, as I speak now, so we, as the Khoisan leaders, we humble ourselves in this. We want marriages to go on, because even Jesus, he was happy on the marriage and he gave the new wine.
Thina njengamaKhoisan siyafuna uyixhasa lento, sifuna uba inxalenye yayo, imitshato siyayithanda noYesu wayeyile emtshatweni.
Ons as tradisionele leiers hou ons nederig voor die staat en ons vra baie mooi dat julle asseblief ons wetsontwerp kan tabuleer. Dankie.
I think you have to have input because you're in a queue as well, gentleman who's interpreting. Yes, let's hear your input. Now you're an interpreter. I think we'll hear it in English and in Afrikaans, and then it will be interpreted in Xhosa. Yeah.
Sorry, I had a John Cena moment. So my thing about the bill actually is about the whole polyamory thing.
I represent the, okay, first of all, sorry, I'm Jovan Maritz. I'm a resident from Ward 11 here in Knysna.
Igama lakhe nguJolly Marais, uhlala umhlali walapha eNysna.
Ek is Jovan Maritz, ek kom van Knysna van wijk 11. So at this moment, as part of the LGBTQI plus community, I actually feel that when it comes to the pronouns being mentioned in the bill, so ek voel die pronouns wat gebruik word in die wetsontwerp is nie van toepassing op ons as 'n groep mense nie. I do understand people are very afraid about the bill and they're thinking, oh, HIV is going up. Yet, I will tell you the HIV infection rate is higher in heterosexual people than in homosexual people. Lesbians can't. Oh, sorry.
Ndilapha ukuze ndimele i-LGBTQ and nangona khona abathethileyo ngaphambili bewugxeka umtshato ophakathi kwabantu besini esifanayo besithi usenokubangela uba kube khona intsholongwane ingculaza kodwa ngoxa kujonga kwi-statistics le ngculaza iphakame kakhulu kubantu abatshate kumtshato ophakathi kwabantu besini esahlukeleyo kunoba kunjalo kubantu besini esifanayo.
Ek verstaan mense se frustrasie wanneer dit kom met geslag huwelike, maar wanneer jy in statistieke gaan kyk, gaan u sien dat heteroseksuele mense wat ewen in huwelike is, se vigsyfer is hoër as die van ons wat homoseksueel is. So, and my question is, when it comes to polygamy and polyandry that we want people's table, I would like to table polyamory, because at the end of the day, I can be gay, I am gay, but sometimes I have a preference for a feminine man that sees themselves as a female. Then I'm going to date at the same time a male. So wat ek net sê is die, ek as 'n homoseksuele man kan voel dat ek die dag meer aangetrokke is aan 'n man wat hom meer, sy voorkoms meer vroulik is en wat homself sien as 'n vrou, en dan wil ek nog steeds 'n manlike man by hê. So hoe gaan dit werk? Is the Polygamous Act only for cisgendered heterosexual males, or does it pan to everyone? And does polygamy count for trans men as well when they want to marry women? Thank you.
Apha kuthethwe apha ngomtshato ukutshata komfazi otshata amadoda amaninzi kunye nendoda etshata abafazi abaninzi. Kodwa khange kuthethwe ngomtshato wabantu besini esifanayo uba bona indoda ingatshata namadoda aliqela. Kuthi akuthethwanga nento yoba angatshatana naye xa esuka kwamanye amazwe. Kuthethwe nje kuphela ngomtshato phakathi kwabantu besini esingafaniyo.
Op die oomblik tel die huwelikswetsontwerp net vir heteroseksuele mans wanneer dit kom met polygamie. Nou my vraag is die, kan ons, en tweedens is, word transmans, vroumense wat mans geword het, word hulle ondergetel wanneer hulle gender markers word verander na man toe? Kan hulle ook dan vele vroue trou as dit val net vir die mans op die oomblik? In English. So what I'm saying is this, when it comes to gender markers, in South Africa we have a sex act, we do have a sex act where we are covered. So if I am trans, my gender on my ID changes. So now the question is, if I'm a trans man, who transform a woman to a man, can I also marry a lot of women like a cisgendered biological male man?
Uthi ke apha kukhona namba abantu batshintshisini mhlambe bekade umuntu bekade indoda aziguqule ngoko aye kwagqirha guqula isini sibe umfazi and vice versa. So uyabuza ngokuba ngaba ndivumelekile na njengomuntu otshintshe isini uba nditshate nabandoda aliqela okanye nabafazi abaliqela ngokwaloo ndlela ndifuna utshata ngayo.
Thank you very much. Can while you're standing there, just continue interpreting very well. I think you got the job. Can I then request our respectful traditional leaders to have input as well as we were expecting? Can you give it the mic? Or?
Krijgangans, leadership. Ek is King Dr. Neville Korkia van die Pakitikoi tribe in die Wes-Kaap.
Good day everyone, I'm Neville Korkia and I am the king of the Pakitikoi tribe here in Knysna.
Ulichazile igama lakhe uthi ke uyikumkani yabakhoyi.
Eerstens wil ek die Binnelandse Sake Departement bedank vir die feit dat hulle die eerste nasie erkenning gegee het.
Firstly, I want to thank Parliament for actually giving recognition to the First Nation.
Qala nje ukubulela iParlamente ngokuba isinike lithuba.
Home Affairs. Specifiek Home Affairs.
Home Affairs, ek wil dankie sê aan Home Affairs. Spesifiek Home Affairs.
En ek hoop dat gaan in die toekoms ook gebeur met die ander departemente wat ook Knysna toe gaan kom of na ander plekke toe gaan kom.
I hope this will do just as well when it goes to other places, and especially when they come back to Knysna as well.
En dan wil ek vir
You see, he wants to say thank you, and that he hopes this travels around and it comes back here again.
Oh, uthi uceba uyabulela uthemba ukuba lento izawuhamba ijikeleze kwezinye indawo iphinde ibuyele nalapha kwakhona.
En dan wil ek verskoning vra vir die manne wat by ons gewees het, die twee manne. Ons kan nou nie vir hulle koffie en tee aangebied het nie, want ons het nie 'n budget nie. Die local government van Knysna voel ons is nie capable genoeg om met geld te werk nie. So ons is jammer, miskien in die volgende besoek sal ons dalk vir julle 'n bietjie water dan kan gee.
We would just like to apologize to the two gentlemen on our left that we couldn't give them some refreshments like coffee because unfortunately the Knysna municipality doesn't have a budget and we have no money at all.
Siyaxolisa kumanene amabini ngoba asikwazanga ubanika ikofi nezinto ezifana zezo no kuba indawo yaseNysna ayinamali okwangoku.
Asay. As ons kom by die huwelike. Kom ek sê wat die gebeur is. Die ding wat die gebeur is, as die mense eie honde wat hulle byt. As hulle eie honde wat hulle byt. Toe die mense van oorsee afkom. Toe sien hulle hier sit 'n chief met 8 vrouens. Die een doen dit, met hy doen dit. Daar was 'n harmonie tussen hulle gewees. Toe van die British sê, "Hello, ons moet hier kom te vision maak met 'n trouery."
This school is paid. At the end of the day, it's the people's own dogs that are biting them. Back then, when the colonialists came over, they saw, hey, there's a chief over there, he has 8 wives, they are doing that, they're doing that. So then they adopted the lifestyle of the traditionalist indigenous people and think they can just run hayward with everything they have.
Masithethi nyani abantu batyiwa zizinja zabo ngoba babukele izinto ezenziwa kwelinye icala baze bafuna ukuzenza nabo apha ngoku siyabajikela.
En as dit 'n goeie ding was, hoekom skei mense?
If marriage was a good thing, why are people getting divorced? If marriage was a good thing, why are people getting divorced?
Ukuba umtshato ubuyinto efanelekileyo kuthena abantu beqhawula umtshato.
Kyk bijvoorbeeld makelen. En dan is ek nie, ek discrimineer nie. Want because as jy onze mense voel dat die system so is nie. Kyk bijvoorbeeld, hulle kry, jy kry 'n boys school, dan kry jy 'n girls school. So which means, jy sien net mans, jy sien net vrouens. So obviously gaan later, dis hoekom hierdie die gay en lesbies so goed inkom, is ook die type goed.
When we look at it in general, like, okay. So when we look at it in general, right? What happens is you have gender-specific schools. Now, gender-specific schools will later on perceive and give the idea to the young people in those schools that homosexuality and lesbianism is okay because, for one, you're a guy and you're looking at another guy the whole day, and you're a girl looking at another girl the whole day, and then that clusters feelings of homosexuality and latent homosexuality per se.
Izikolo ezifundisa abantwana besinesinye njengoba kubekho isikolo esinamantombazana odwa okanye isikolo esinabafana bodwa kamva zawufana noba zifundisa ukuthandana kwabantu besinesinye ngoba bachitha ixesha kunye ndawonye imini yonke.
As ek nou 'n trouoffisier wil wees, as ek nie daai boksie wil tik dat ek gays en lesbians wil trou nie, dan gaan ek nie pasie. So, waar is my demokratiese reg? Die oomblik as ek daai boksie tikkie, dan pas ek nie my lisensie nie.
As a marriage officer, if I decline to tick the box that says that I do not want to marry people of the same sex, then I do not pass the test. So where is my constitutional right for my beliefs when it comes to being a marriage officer.
Ukuba mna ndingumtshatisi ze ndithi andivumelani kulaa ndawo yokuthi mandiyavumani ukutshatisa abantu besinesifanayo ndithi mna andivumi andizukwamkeleka njengomtshatisi. Ziphi ke ngoku iingenelo okanye apha amalungelo am okuba ndizikhethele into endifuna ukuyenza?
En wat gaan die regering doen aan die feit dat die buitenlanders kom en hulle maak kinders hier? Wat identiteit gaan hy kinders kry? Is het nou weer om Suid-Afrika weer te belas? Of is die goed wat destijds 90 wat besluit het by Kodessa, wat al die goed in op plek vat? Because why, die kindertjies, jy kan nie die kindertjies bly met so'n pa van wherever vanaf kom nie, maar wie koos die probleem? En nou is het weer die community wat moet die gepak sit.
The governments do really look at the fact, because of foreigners marrying into our children, we have a lot of socio-economic issues that brings to light the fact that these foreigners are taking advantage of our young girls. So the question is, how is the government going to protect our young people? Because now the bulk of the situation falls onto the community. What is the state going to do about this subject?
Umbandela ukuvunyelwa kwabantu abasuka kwamanye amazwe babe lapha phakathi kwethu bakwazi ukutshata abantwana bethu ubangele ingxaki ezininzi zokuhlalisana nezoqoqosho. Ngoke kuyacingelwa uluntu luzayijonga njani okanye community abantu ngokuphansi bazayijonga njani banika imbopheleko engakumbi abafanele bajamelane nayo.
Ja, en die Khoisan het 'n slogan. Als met ons of niks sonder ons.
The Khoisan has a slogan, everything with us or nothing without us.
En die Khoisan reject.
Amakhoisan anale mgaqo wawo ukunye nathi okanye ulwa nathi.
En die Khoisan rejectable met alles. Hy rejectable.
Die Khoisan mense staan die bil teen met alle redes en alle toeganklikheid.
Kyk gang, sama sê.
Okay, so where the other supposed to have input as well, you can go and have.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad for this opportunity and for Home Affairs coming to Knysna. And I'm also very glad for this morning for the brief session that we can have and we can feel each other about the bill.
Uyabulela ngoba isigqeba separlamente size apha sanike ithuba loba nathi sibe nento sinokuyithetha.
Ek is net dankbaar dat almal vandag hier sou kan wees sodat ons die wetsontwerp kan bespreek.
And I'm also very glad that this morning I have been given an opportunity to speak about the age parameter of which a child can be given to a man to get married with, because I think the 18 years that they put there is not a sufficient age number.
Ndiyavuya noba ndinikwe ilungelo lokuthetha ngobudala bomntwana ngaphambi koba avumeleke okanye phandle imvumele atshate indoda kuba ngohlobo endivakalelwa ngalo laa minyaka ibekiweyo phaa ingathi ayanelanga.
Die punt wat ek wil lig gaan oor die huwelikswetsontwerp oor die ouderdomsbeperking. Ek voel die ouderdom wat nou ingestel is nie van toepassing nie.
Because 18 years, I think many marriages is on the rocks because of children getting married too soon and they are not mature enough to decide for themselves. And when they are not mature enough because of the thing that they are not at the right age to get married.
Ndivakalelwa ukuba imitshato emininzi isengxakini nje kungenxa yokuba abantwana abaninzi bavunyelwe batshata bengakabikho kubudala obaneleyo bokuba bakwazi ukumelana nomtshato.
Ek wil net onder die lig bring dat ons skei nommers en statistieke is baie hoog. Want kinders trou met mekaar wat nie volwasse genoeg is oor die besluite wat hulle geneem het nie.
Because in the past it was a 21 age rate, but now they bring it down to 16 or 18, which is still in the perimeter of a child which cannot decide for herself or for himself if he wants to be an adult or not an adult, because why? To get married is a lifelong decision that people make it.
Esisigqibo sithathwe ukusuka kula 21 ngaphambili sahliswa saya ku 16 okanye u18 obo bobudala apho umntwana engekazazi noba ufuna uba ngumntana okanye ufuna uba ngumuntu omdala bube kona umtshato into angenawuphinda ibuyise umva xa selungenile kuyo.
In vorige jare was die ouderdom vir trou 21. Op die oomblik voel ek dat ons jong mense van 16, 18 is nie emosioneel of intellektueel volwasse genoeg om so groot besluit te maak in hulle lewe nie.
And on the other hand, I want to speak about the culture and the traditional weddings. Because even last night I watched on the television that, I don't know if you know, about the 75,000 rand that some people get to get married in a week's time. Maybe some of you look at it, somebody
Sifuna nokuthetha ngemitshato yesintu, andazi noba benikhe nevana apho umuntu bekufuneka xa ezawutshata abe ne-75,000 ngeveki nje enye.
As ons praat van dat tradisionele troues, ek weet nie as julle ingelig was van die 75,000 rand wat dit nodig is om in die huwelik in te tree nie.
Nee, it is not that. It is a program that they have. But in any case, it's as well. But my problem with that is that in culture, you get three types of weddings that you have, or two types of weddings which you have to spend money. My problem is with the white wedding. Will the law also allow, when you go into a cultural wedding, that it's only the one ceremony that you need to do instead of 3 or 4 kind of things which you can be then as a legal married couple? Because why? This is a problem. Spending too much money because of the white wedding.
Ingxaki yami ibingekho lapho kuloo ndawo, kodwa ikule ndawo yokuba kufuneka zenziwe zombini izinto. Kukho umtshato apho umuntu azawunxiba ilokho emhlophe phinde kubekho lo wesintu. Le nto imenza angene kwiindleko ezinkulu xa kufuneka yenze yonke. Ngaba bengenakwenziwa noba kubekho umthetho obekwayo wokuba umuntu anze ibenye kwenzela uba kungadlaliswa ngemali.
Tradisioneel wanneer mense trou met mense 2 keer trou tradisioneel en dan die wit trou wat hulle op die hof of volgens die hof moet doen. My vraag is, wanneer dit kom met die finansiële impak, dis die finansies is te veel. So, kan die staat dan tradisionele troues op een tyd recognize en sê dis klaar dat ons nie weer vir 'n tweede keer hoef te gaan trou volgens 'n white Christian wedding?
Yes. This is my input into this. And I think if they can take this in consideration with the bill, we will have a very better community, and we will understand economical wise. We will also understand it very much better. Thank you very much indeed.
Lena into endinikela ngayo kanye luluvo lwam ibe ukuba isigaba besinoyithabathele enyathelweni lo mbandela sithetha ngawo besinokuba nobomo obubhetele sibe ngathi siyayisave nemali.
Die punte wat ek uitgelig het, as ons dit kan implementeer, dan sal dit baie beter wees vir ons gemeenskappe en ook ekonomies. Dankie.
I think you want to have input? Okay. I think, should we take another round of hand or should we get... Okay. Can I check, is there any a round of hands of people who want to have input? What I would ask, if already what they've put in and we've heard it, the input they've put before mustn't provoke you to come and repeat the same thing. It's already recorded. It must be something that you saw there was a gap on this that hasn't been inputted, so that we don't just become a broken record and say the same thing that has been said before.
Kwabo sizobacela beze ngaphambili. Uba ufumanisa into oba ingongoma uzawuthetha ngayo sekhona umuntu othethileyo ngayo akho mfuneko uba uphinde uzoyithetha kwenzela uba singaphinda-phindi into enye.
As jy geleentheid wil gebruik maak om te praat, kan jy net asseblief sien dat punte wat klaar uitgelig is, dat jy nie vir 'n tweede keer dit herhaal nie, want alles is klaar opgeneem deur die bande.
For example, we've had people speak about age limit, polygamy, consent, and most of the stuff. We've had that polyandry and all those. I'm just giving you a glimpse of saying, make sure when you come, just close the gaps where you saw there were gaps. Let me take the, okay.
Sesithethile ngokomzekelo ngemitshato apho umuntu athatha nabantu abaninzi okanye athathe nomuntu omnye nomtshato phakathi kwabantu besine esingafaniyo nobudala bomuntu ozawutshata uba kukho into engathethwanga ungaphakamisa isandla kodwa uba uyawufumanisa uba seyithethiwe akho mfuneko yoba uphinde uzoyithetha.
Net as 'n voorbeeld, ons het klaar gepraat oor die ouderdomsbeperkings, ons het klaar gepraat oor die poligamie, ons het klaar gepraat oor polyamorie en polyandry. So as jy enige gapings gesien het in een van die toepassings, kan u op dit fokus en nie op goed wat klaar herhaal is nie. En gestel is nie.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, you can come the 2 and sit here, 7, 8, 9. And that's all. So we proceed if there is no other one last hand. Okay, let's proceed in that 9 hands that they are appointed to come and sit in between. Okay, Menir, you can come to the mic and. Can you give him the mic? Proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fayaz Nagdi.
Ngiyabulisa nonke igama lami ndinguveyas Nadi.
Goeiedag almal, ek is Fayaz Nagdi.
I'm a representative of the Knysna Muslim Council.
Ungumeli kamasipala waseNysna.
Ek verteenwoordig die Muslim Society hier so in Knysna, die council.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity for letting us come forward and present our case.
Jabulela ngonikwe ilungelo elinjelo ukuba size apha sithethe ngendlela esivakalelwa ngayo.
Ek wil net dankie sê dat julle ons toegelaat het sodat ons opinies kan lig.
As Muslims, we believe that our Sharia law is divinely ordained by God, right?
NjengamaSilamu sivakalelwa ukuba umthetho wethu osibiza ukuba yethu yomtshado isekelwe koko kubhalwe kwiQuran nakwiziprofeto zikaMuhammad.
Onze reëls en wette kom direk van die Koran af, wat neergelê is vir ons profet, peace be upon him, Muhammad.
And they are already validated So,
Dis so gevalideer. En is so gevalideer deur ons wette.
so Islamic law provided, he treats the wives with justice and fairness.
Ngokwethu thina masilamsi indoda ivumelekile uba ngendlela efanayo.
In Islam is 'n man toegelaat om meer as om 4 vroumense te hê, maar almal moet met respek gehanteer word en fairness.
Justice.
En justice, ja.
The husband is not required to seek the consent of the first wife, as each marriage is independent and valid in its own right.
Akho mfuneke uba indoda ifumanise imvume yenkosikazi yokuqala ngoba umtshato ngamnye uzimele uhamba ngeyayo imithetho.
'n Man hoef nie die toestemming van sy eerste vrou te vra nie, want elke huwelik wat hy intree staan op sy eie voete.
Any law that imposes
uhamba ngeyayo imithetho.
'n Man hoef nie die toestemming van sy eerste vrou te vra nie, want elke huwelik wat hy intree staan op sy eie voete.
any law that imposes a guarantee under the Section 15 of the South African Constitution.
Ukuba khona umthetho ophikisana okanye unyanzelisa into eyahlukileyo kule loo nto ikukuhlukumezwa nokuhluthwa kwemvume esemthethweni ekhoyo kumthetho wasemzantsi.
Enige oortreding van onze tradisionele wette sal dan 'n oortreding wees van die konstitusionele wet van Section 20.
Okay, women's rights in Islam. The woman retains her maiden surname, owns her own property individually, and wealth cannot be claimed by her husband, nor is your and wealth cannot be claimed by her husband, nor is your and wealth cannot be claimed by her husband, nor is your
Amalungelo omntu otshatileyo obhinqileyo ngokobusilamsi yoba uyayigcina ifani yako kwabo akatshintshi ifani.
She can't change her own name.
Yes.
The property is hers independently.
Izinto abanazo.
Okay, can I advise? Can I advise some of the notes you can submit to the team?
Okay, I'm going to do that. Can I just finish quickly?
Thank you.
In Islam, nee, het 'n vrou haar al haar besittings is haar na die man kan nie klem op lê op die goed wat sy eien nie.
I just got some recommendations. I'm not going to go through the whole thing quickly. The bill includes a clause recognizing Islamic law and governing all aspects of Muslim law. That's what we want. We want the bill to recognize Muslim law as individuals, right? And by our ulama, our religious leaders, we do have enough Muslim authorities to conduct our law, and any authorities to conduct our law and any section of our law.
Sicela uba umthetho wethu njengamasilamsi uyekwe ethweni kuxoxwe ngokusekelwe kwimithetho yethu.
So the civil court must uphold and enforce the rulings of the Islamic institutions concerning Muslim marriages.
Funeka sicela nje ukuba kuvunyelwe ngokusemthethweni le mithetho nemilinganiselo yomthetho wamasilamsi ngolu hlobo umi ngalo.
Die hof moet net bystaan en alle wette wat toegepas word wat met die Islam wette toegaan moet net behou word. En ons wil hê enigiets moet daarvan gepaard gaan. Toegaan moet net behou word. En ons wil hê enigiets moet daarvan gepaard gaan.
Yeah, and we've got over 120 signatures from the Knysna Muslim Council and people within our community that.
So kwethi amaphepha am ngoku ibe uye watyotyelwa ngabantu abangaphezu kwe120.
Ons het 'n petisie opgestel, ek het 126 mense wat dit geteken het vir ons punte wat ons vandag ingaan dien vir u.
I thank you all for your time.
Ndiyabulela ngexesha lenu.
Ek dank u almal vir
Good afternoon all, to everyone from the committee, everyone from Parliament, and everyone that has travelled from near and far to come and put the case to the committee.
Uyabulisa kubo bonke abantu abakhoyo beze ukuxhasa inkqubo.
Goeiedag almal, ek is Ralf ek is oorspronklik van Knysna af. Ek wil net dankie sê dat ons die geleentheid kan kry om ons punte hier te kan kom lig.
Ik heb nog eens mijn naam gezegd. Ik zeg ze maar klaar mijn naam. I'm a Reverend Ralf and I represent the African Religious and Traditional Leaders Council.
Ulichazile igama lakhe umela i-African Religious
and Traditional Leaders Council.
Yes.
Ek verteenwoordig die tradisionele Afrikaanse geloofsraad.
Okay, so we welcome the fact that you are coming out throughout the country to come and see the community on this bill.
Siyamkela ngumbulela into yoba nijikeleza lonke ilizwe ukuze nisenze siqonde lo mthetho omtsha.
Ons waardeer dit baie dat u oor die hele land was om ons opinies te kry oor die wetsontwerp.
We support the bill, but there are some issues that we need to point out.
Siyavumelana nalo mthetho kodwa kukhona nje ingongoma ezithile esifuna uzivelise.
Ons ondersteun die wetsontwerp, maar sekere punte wat ons wil graag uitlig wat ons nie meer saamstem nie.
What we support and affirm should be in the bill. One is the freedom for each faith community to appoint its own marriage officers.
Into esicela ibe khona kulo mthetho yoba kubekho inkululeko yokuba yonke inkolo ibe nemvume yokuzinyulela owayo umtshatisi.
Een van die punte wat ons graag wil uitwerk is dat as verskillende tradisies gelowe wil ons ons eie huweliks officers insit.
Ja, elke geloof dat kan doen. Yes, so basically we are a very diverse community. So every community should be able to take from their own faith and from their own religion and then appoint.
Xa sesicingisisa singabantu abahlukahlukene kakhulu ngoko unqulo okanye inkolo nganye ifanele bivunyelwe ukuba izithathele umuntu kwinkolo yakhe.
Ons is 'n diverse gemeenskap en indien met dit kan ons punte uit elke gemeenskap uitkry oor hoe hulle voel oor die saak.
The second point is the protection of the religious freedom in marriage ceremonies.
Enye into esifuna uthetha ngayo kukhuselwa kwamalungelo onqulo kwemitshato kanye kumatheko omtshato.
Die volgende punt is as ons soek beskerming van geloof.
But what it says is that I must be able to be protected if I don't want to conduct a certain type of marriage.
into eshoyo esitshoyo apha yoba mandivunyelwe ndikhuselwe xa ndingavumi ukwenza uhlobo oluthile lomtshato.
Ek wil beskerm word as ek nie saamstem met die paartjie wat trou nie of dat ek nie hulle wil trou nie.
Personally, there is protection in the Marriage Act, and we would like to see that same protection in this act.
Ngoku sithethayo khona inkuselo ekhoyo kumithetho yomtshato. Sifuna nje uyibone ibekwe entsebenzweni.
Ons sien dit in die huwelikswetsontwerp en ons wil graag hê dit moet in die wetsontwerp ook ingestel word.
What remains a concern to us is one, no protection for civil or ex-officio marriage officers.
Into esiyiqaphelayo engathi asikhuselekanga kuyo kumitshato yesintu and
Civil and ex-officio marriage officers.
Okay. So ons, let me just okay. So daar is geen beskerming vir siviele of ex-officio huweliksbeamptes nie.
So basically what that means is you have the magistrate or you have the person at the Department of Home Affairs doing the officiating, and there's no protection for them. So we say that your rights that you have doesn't stop when you go to work.
into esibonayo ndoba kukhona okomzekelo umuntu otshatisayo wase Home Affairs kodwa kungabikho nto imkhuselayo.
Op die oomblik vir die beamptes wat vir binnelandse sake werk en dan ook wat vir die staat die magistrate het geen beskerming vir hulle nie. So ons wil hê dat wat hulle voel en wat hulle glo in een kan gaan staan word met hulle werk wat hulle doen op die oomblik.
And then the other point is the unintended criminal liability for pastors.
Enye into esibonayo kukunga xa umuntu esephula umthetho engaqondanga abe engumfundisi.
Die ander punt is dat ons wil net graag iets wil weet oor die kriminele prosedures wat gaan teen pastore gedoen word.
Basically, what it comes down to is a person comes to me that I must marry that person. Then that person say that he has already been there to the court. So it's just a ceremony. So then I marry the person, but then I didn't know that that person wasn't legally married. Now I will be able to go to jail. So we need to just have protection for those pastors.
Ndithetha apha ngomzekelo xa umuntu efika kum efuna ndimtshatise ndingumfundisi athi seleyile watshatiswa ngokusemthethweni ndibe ndifuneka ndikhuseleke xa kufumaniseka into yokuba lo muntu ebengathethi inyani xa esithi besetshatisile.
Op die oomblik trou mense op die hof. Dan vra hulle vir my, kan ek nie hulle trou nie as net die seremonie wanneer dit by die huwelik kom. Maar wanneer ons dan daai seremonie klaar gemaak het ek nie geweet die persoon word nou vir die tweede keer getrou nie.
Okay, so I'm almost done. The additional questions to be raised is the issue of the backlog. There's a huge backlog for books and for registration and so.
Enye into endifuna uthetha ngayo umsebenzi osemva kakhulu, mkhulu umsebenzi ongasemva. Ekushicilelweni kwemitshato.
Daar's 'n groot probleem, dat daar's 'n probleem met registrasiedokumente en met die boekhouwerk. Daar's 'n backlog. Agterstand. Ja. As 'n agterstand van al die goed wat nog nie vorentoe gekom het nie.
Conclusion, we affirm the department's good intentions with this whole thing, but the one is protect the right of 5 communities to appoint their own marriage officers.
Xa ndiqikumbela siyabulela kwakhona ngalilungiselelo lenziweyo kodwa ke xa ndisenza umqukumbelo sicela ukuba bakhuselwe abantu inkolo ngenkolo uba zizikhethele ngokwazo umuntu ozawutshatisa.
Ons wil hê dat ons wil graag hê dat geloofsgroepe en organisasies hulle eie huweliksbeamptes kan aanstel.
To maintain full religious freedom in marriage ceremonies.
Bavunyelwe basebenzise unqulo lwabo ngokwendlela abakholwa ngayo xa besenza le mitshato bangaphazanyiswa.
Om volle vryheid te hê wanneer dit kom met geloofsgebaseerde huwelike.
3, safeguard the conscience rights of civil officers.
Bakhona ukhuselwe amalungelo abo bantu abatshatisayo.
Om die regte van ons siviele offisiere te beskerm.
Protect pastors from unintended criminal liability.
Ukhuselwa abatshatisi umthetho ekophulweni komthetho bengenanjongo yokuwophula.
Om pastore te beskerm teen kriminele prosedures.
And then lastly, address administrative barriers that hinder lawful marriage registration.
Kulungiswe izinto ezithintelayo ukuba abantu bakwazi ukutshata ngokufanelekileyo.
En om struikelblokke uit te haal wat die huwelik en die registrasie van die huwelik moeilik maak.
With those few words, we say thank you very much, and we hope you take all the input of everyone into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can send your notes to the team there, so that we. Thank you.
Met daardie min woorde staan ek terug.
Goeiemôre alle parlementêre verteenwoordigers as ook die gemeenskappe wat hier teenwoordig is. Ek is as ook die gemeenskappe wat hier teenwoordig is. Ek is George, Ward Committee member van Wijk 8.
Good day, everyone. I greet all the parliamentary leaders, and I'm Annette Stalls, and I am from Ward 8 in George.
Ubulisile walichaza igama lakhe ubulisa kubo bonke abantu abakhoyo ngokwendlela zangooneko zabo.
Ek weet nie, ek is eintlik nuuskierig en ek wil baie ek gaan eintlik afwyk van die punt af. Ons het hier gekom vir die huwelikswetgewing. Maar ek het 'n kwelpunt wat 'n brandende issue is in ons gemeenskap. Die life partners wat saam bly. Ek wil graag weet, aangesien u hier voor my sit, u is die wetgeleerdes en die skrifgeleerdes. Hoe kan ons gemeenskap is ons kultuur, ek sê maar ons kultuur. Hoe kan ons mense wat nie trou nie, maar wat vir die res van hulle lewens saam bly? En op die ou en as die lifepartner doodgaan, dan kom die families. En dan kom vat hulle die kinders wat uit daai huwelik uit daai saambly gebore is. Dan kom die pa se mense en hulle kom vat die huis af. En dan die arme kinders swerwers. Ek wil graag net weet of daar nie 'n manier is hoe 'n wetgewing in plek gesit kan word om sulke situasies te hanteer. Soos byvoorbeeld, local government gee huise vir partners wat al die jare saam bly. Nou wil ek van u kant af weet of daar nie miskien 'n manier is hoe hulle wetties aan mekaar gebind is om vir die kinders nie in daai awkward situations te sit nie, want nou gaan die vrou dood, dan verkoop die man die huis. Daai arme kinders en
Okay, so the issue I have is there is no protection for people that are life partners. Say we'll be living forever together for 6 years, 6 months, 20 years. Problem is, once my partner dies, the man's family comes and then they take the property and everything he owned. So isn't there a way forward that we can be protected? Because once the partner dies, the children get nothing, but the family members take everything.
Nemitshato engabhaliswanga kanye imitshato abantu abahlalisanayo hlalisana nomuntu iminyaka emithandathu kusa kwi-20 asweleke ke lo muntu bendihlanisana naye bayafika abantu bakokwabo bathatha yonke into bathathe nomzi andinanto ndishiyeke nayo abantwana bananto bashiyeke nayo.
Daar is sekere gedeeltes in die wetgewing. Ek weet nie of hy nou sy finals bereik is of in watter stage is die wetgewing besig om wet te word nie. Kan u gou vir my sê, is dit nou die wit papier of die geel papier of die blou papier? Wanneer word hy wetties?
So I would like to ask, with all the different papers that have been tabled, which law and what stage is that law currently being with the white paper? Which stage is it at the moment?
Njengoba sekuthethwa ngamaphepha ahlukeneyo ukweyiphi indawo apho lo mtshato uthathwa ngoba ukuphephela imhlobo.
Dan wil ek net laastens sê, ek is 'n Christen, né? En ons het ons eie kultuur, maar ek respekteer ons mooi Suid-Afrika met sy cultural diversity. So, hier is met die sekere bills within this document. I don't agree. I can't agree because my Christianity don't allow me to agree. But some of them I do support. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sekere van die wetgewings, as 'n Christen vrou kan ek nie bystaan nie, maar sekere van die she was talking English. Okay, so she said in certain of the laws she supports because she is a Christian woman, but certain aspects of the law she doesn't respect and she doesn't want that to be tabled or go through.
Uyavumelana neminye imithetho ebekiweyo kodwa khona angavumelaniyo nayo.
Well, sy het gesê met sekere van die wetsontwerpe ondersteun sy van hulle doen sy nie omdat sy 'n Christen vrou is.
Good afternoon, Chair. It's an honor to be here to represent my party, the ACDP, today. I am Yolanda Tuwe. I'm a pastor for 42 years, and I'm living in George. I'll come to the point.
Ulichazile igama lakhe uhlala eGeorge uvela ibudlelwana lozokumela abantu bakhe apha.
Ek sien ACDP as 'n voorsitter en is al die pad van George af.
Okay, marriage is a union between male and female. It's an institution uniquely ordained by God.
Umshado lilungelo okanye ukudityaniswa kwabantu ababini besine singafaniyo ibe uvunyelwe nguThixo.
Die huwelik is tussen 'n man en 'n vrou en was daardeur geordyn deur die almagtige God homself.
And is such recognized as such as a human in cultures and religions. I'll come to the point just straight, Chair. I'm not going to waste time. I know it's late already. The current marriage laws have been successfully applied by the courts and serve the unique interests and needs of various communities.
Imitshato ekhoyo ngoku yaphumelela kakhulu ibe yazifikelela izinto ezifunwa ngabantu ngokwahlukahlukana kwabo.
Die wetsontwerp is toegepas en daarvoor word 'n diverse gemeenskap
separate is essential to maintaining the effectiveness and respect for cultural and religious diversity.
Ukubekwa kwemithetho kulungiselelwe ukuba abantu bakwazi ukukhuseleka ngokobuntu nangonqulo lwabo nangokwemvelaphi zabo.
Om die wette apart te hou sal dit goed werk vir alle aspekte van ons gemeenskap.
But should this marriage bill proceed, despite our objections, it is imperative that a religious and conscientious clause of an exemption clause be included for marriage officers.
Ukuba ulomthetho uzawuqhubeka nakuba kukhona abantu izinto abaziphikisayo kukhona ke noko inkcukacha ezithile kufuneka kuthethiwe ngazo ukuze kukhuselwe abantu abatshatisayo.
Ons wil dit graag hê dat met sekere van die wette dat die exemption clauses ingestel word, né?
This would ensure that individuals who have moral and religious objections to certain types of marriages are not compelled to act against their beliefs.
Lento yobangela into babantu bakhuseleke ngokonqulo lwabo nangokwezimilo abaqeqeshwe ngazo kuba kusenokwenzeka benye imithetho ayidibani ncam nendlela abakholelwa nabakhuliswe ngayo.
Ons wil net graag hê dat daar moet beskerming wees vir ons beamptes veral wanneer dit kom met hulle persoonlike geloof, dat wanneer hulle iemand trou dat hulle nie teengediskrimineer word omdat hulle nie iemand wil trou wat in 'n sekere huwelik gaan intree nie.
I humbly request that the terms husband and male spouse be retained in the bill. These terms are deeply rooted in cultural and religious traditions and their removal would be undermine these fundamental values.
Ndicebisa ukuba igama elithi umyeni okanye indoda malihlale likhona ngokusemthethweni ngoba linika isidima umtshato ngokwentlalo ngokwemvelaphi nangokonqulo.
Ons wil net graag hê die term man wat in die huwelik in die wetsontwerp gebruik word daar bly omdat dit 'n baie ou term is wat tradisioneel en kultuur geken word.
And with this, I'm concluding the implication of redefining male and female tradition marriage would be detrimental to the health and welfare of children, the stability of the family unit, social cohesion, and economic prosperity. I therefore urge you to consider the long-term effects of this bill could have on fabric of our society and stability of the South African global context.
Indlela ababizwa ngayo nendlela abanezigxina abazinikwayo abantu abathathileyo ikhusela abantwana indlela abaqeqeshwe ngayo imfuno zabo ngoko ndicebisa ababizwa ngayo nendlela abanezigxina abazinikwayo abantu abathathileyo ikhusela abantwana indlela abaqeqeshwe ngayo imfuno zabo ngoko ndicebisa ukwenzela uba isizwe singaphazamiseki.
Ons wil net graag hê dat die instelling van huwelik net tussen 'n man en 'n vrou moet plaasvind, want die ander huwelike gaan 'n drastiese effek hê op ons gemeenskap, sosio-ekonomies, intelligensie en emosionele welstand van ons jongere geslagte.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next.
Manibulise kwakhona. Bese ndishilo ngusabelo Majwede George.
His name is Sabelo Majwede from George. Sabelo Majwede from George.
My naam is Sabelo Majwede ek is van Georgia.
Okwam nje kukuqaphelisa okanye ukulumkisa ama-Afrika njengoba singama-Afrika sonke apha.
Mine is to caution the Africans. We are all Africans here.
Ek wil net vir ons al ons Afrikaners net 'n waarskuwing gee.
Funeke sijonge into yoba ubu-Afrika kancinci siyabukhupha apha kweli lizwe lethu ngezigqibo esizithathayo.
We must be concerned about the fact that we are gradually taking away our Africanism by decisions we take.
Ons moet baie versigtig wees want op die oomblik wat ons Afrikanisme weg met sekere besluite wat ons neem.
Zininzi izinto ezimanyukunyezi ngokomehlo lomAfrika esizibona namhlanje sezipaswa ziburhulumente belizwe.
As African people, we have been seeing a lot of gross decisions taken in this country.
As Afrikaners en Suid-Afrikaners het ons gesien baie belaglike wetgewings en reëlings was getref wat ons nie mee saamstem nie. Wetgewings en reëlings was getref wat ons nie mee saamstem nie.
Into emanyukunyezi njengomAfrika ukubona abantu abasinisine sinye ngena kubambiswano lwezomtshado.
It is something that we are not able to stomach to see people of the same gender allowed to get married.
Iets wat ons nie kan hanteer nie is
Zesijonge ke inyathelo lethu apho liyakhona. Ngomso sizawubona umzali ekhulisa umntana kanti umkhulisela uba ngumfazi wakhe.
We should watch our steps because in future we'll see a parent raising up a child, raising him or her to be his spouse.
Ons moet baie versigtig wees want later dan gaan ons sien dat sekere mense kinders gaan grootmaak om hulle man en hulle vrou te wees. Tegnies wat hy eintlik sê is ons moet bang wees op pedofilie.
Njengoba sithetha nje sezikhona i-cases ezithile ubona ba umalume uzibona ebandakanya kwinkonzo yasekamereni nomtshanakhe ngenxa yento yoba washiywa nomtshana ungabikho kwabazali.
Right at the moment, there's been cases of an uncle enjoying sexual privileges with a niece, whom niece was supposed to be her guardian.
Op die oomblik is daar 'n oom wat seksuele gunsies kry by sy broers of sy susters kind. En dit maak dit baie ongemaklik vir ons.
imanyunyezi lonto ke mu Afrika eyona nto ndizama ukuyijonga nento basiyiqwalasele simisa imithetho ngokubona ba kukho abantu abathile abazibona beneminqweno yoko namhlanje sisitsho nje asikayipasisi into ba umuntu aphile ngobusela kodwa ke ngoku sipasise into ba umuntu makangene kwinto yokutshata indoda itshate nenye indoda into leyo engazange yathandeka ngaphambili namhlanje siyayivuma ngenxa ba kukho abantu abathile abazibona berhalela ukwenza oko.
We are now accommodating certain laws just to accommodate certain people that would like that law to be there. Considering the fact that we will never accept thieves and make that legal, why would we allow people to have certain types of marriages that are against what we should allow?
Op die oomblik maak ons net wette en passe toe vir enige iemand om enigiets net te wil wees wat hulle wil hê. So, hoe kan ons dit aanvaarbaar vind dat mense buite die norme van 'n huwelike kan plaasvind?
Thina singama-Afrika xa kunamhlanje siyanxulumana nawo wonke amazwe ehlabathi kodwa ke ngoku sizibona thina sisenza utshintsho kuthi ma-Afrika sithatha indlela okwenza ndizawuthi yamazwe asentshona okanye asewest abe wona amazwe la endigqiba ukuwamenshina singawaboni esenza utshintsho kwezawo indawo efaka indlela okwenza yobu-Afrika obu bethu.
At the moment, we are communicating with the whole world, with different countries of the world. But what concerns me is that we also inherit their cultures, their way of doing things. They communicate with us, but they don't inherit our culture.
Op die oomblik sien die hele wêreld ons deur verskillende forme van kommunikasie. Maar hulle beïnvloed ook ons gemeenskappe. Die probleem is ons tradisionele goed beïnvloed nie hulle nie, maar hulle westerse ideale beïnvloed ons plaaslik.
Okay. Ndizavela nje ukungena ukubuyela emxholweni. Kulomba wokutshata kwabemi bethu nabemi bangaphandle ngiyibona ba ikhona into ethi kufuneka ba abemi bangaphandle bazise incwadi ebizwa ngoba non-impediment.
Coming back to the point, I noticed that with regards to getting married to the people, to the foreign nationals, there is a clause that is allowing them to bring a certain document called
non-impediment.
Non-impediment document.
En met die huwelike met die buitelandse mense, is daar sekere klousule wat 'n non-impediment letter wat hulle kan kry.
Ja, lo ncwadi leyo kufanele ba bayifumane kwi-authorities zamazwe abo.
Apparently the books are, they should get it from the authorities of their countries.
Hulle moet dit kry van die autoriteite van hulle eie tuislande.
Ndicela uba singalibali ke uba ngaba la mazwe anako ukuthi angancedisani nathi uba ngaba sizawukhumbula necase kaProfet Bushiri waseMalawi esaye safumana sabona khona uba iMalawi as a country isokolisile ukusebenzisana nathi kulo case leyo. So ngoku leyo kuba ngaba bazawuthi bafumane ilungelo lokutshata apha eSouth Africa ngencwadi esuka kwilizwe labo banobucorrupt obuninzi kwabona kumazwe abo. Sizawuthatha incwadi esuka eMalawi funeka siyijonge loo nto leyo singabemi boMzantsi Afrika ba ingahambi ihambe isisokolise phaa phambili.
We must not lose sight of the fact that the countries where they're supposed to bring the letter from might not cooperate with us. He mentions a case of a certain prophet.
Prophet Bushiri.
Yes, who they did not, the countries, the authorities of his country did not cooperate with us with regard to what he had done. So we might now accept that letter which authorizes him to marry our child, coming from a country that might not cooperate us when we come to troubles.
Op die oomblik as ons kyk na profeet Bushiri wat van ander land afkom met dit op die oomblik. So ons gaan sit in 'n panari op 'n einde van die dag met die buitelandse pastore wat kan doen net wat hulle wil in ons land.
Ja, ibileyo nje ipoint ebengifuna ukuyiphakamisa. Ziphakanyisiwe ke izithethe ezingaphambili ipoint ezithile ebendizawuza nazo. So ndizawuhlonipha umhlali ngaphambili othe singaphindaphindi indebe sezivelile.
I wanted to bring that point, the others have already been covered.
Ek wil net daai punt opgelig het van al die ander punte was.
Thank you. Don't be surprised when other members are moving out. They are going to join another public hearing tomorrow. So they're trying to rush for a flight. But will remain because we're a collective. And other members, I'm advised that their transport was scheduled until 3 o'clock. So if we can just finish with the last two and we'll see how we move forward.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Cedric Smart.
Dank u, Chair. My name is Cedric.
Smart.
Yeah,
My name is Cedric
Cedric Smart.
Okay, I'm not going to waste any time, so I'm going to shoot. Chairperson and family today, we must acknowledge the reality and the social ills that plague our communities.
Masingayilahli ingqalelo ngokuba insapho zethu azisebenzisani njengangoku sithethayo.
Ons moet erken dat ons se families op die oomblik dysfunctional is en as te veel sosio-ekonomiese pla wat ons gemeenskappe raak.
So I'm rather than addressing these issues, the proposed bill seems to be taking us further down a path of immorality.
Endaweni yokulungisa izingxaki sesihleli sinazo, ingathi lo mthetho ubekwayo usinika ezinye ingxaki ezisibangela ukuba sabanenhlalo engamanga kahle.
Die wetsontwerp tans is besig om ons gemeenskap in 'n sosiale en 'n immoraliteitspla in te druk.
Okay, so where anything goes and consequences are ignored. And I would like to emphasize that for every action, there is a reaction.
Imiphumo yezinto ingathi asiyihoyi kodwa ndifuna uyibuyisele engqalweni ukuba ngayo yonke into enziwayo kubakho nenye into kubakho imiphumo.
Ek wil net uitlig dat vir elke aksie is 'n reaksie, die law of causation.
Our moral compass has indeed gone off track, but this bill is not the solution. Instead, it risks legitimizing practices that are unethical to the values of dignity, equality, respect that we hold dear.
Endaweni yoba ilungisa ingxaki esezikhona lo mthetho uzenza zibe semthethweni ezinye into okwenza nokungabikho kwenhlonipho, ungakwazi ukuziphatha, ungakwazi ukuhlonipha ukulingana okanye ukungalingani kwethu.
Ons morele kompas is heeltemal van die pad af. Die wetsontwerp gaan veroorsaak en dit legal maak dat sekere onetiese praktyke en sekere individuele equaliteits- en integriteitsaspekte gaan weerhou word. En ons ethiese waardes aan te tas, ja.
I urge this honorable members to reconsider the proposed bill and engage in a more nuanced and informed debate about the kind of society we want to build.
Ngiyacela kumalungu esigqeba ukuba aphinde uhlolisise lo mbandela futhi athethathethane nabantu ngenjongo yokulondoloza isidima sabantu ngokubanzi.
Ek wil net dat ons dat die huis die bil moet herdink omdat ons kort meer van 'n debatteer situasie waar ons kan bymekaar kom en dit reg debatteer en nie op 'n flink effek dit te doen nie.
Because the offspin of this bill can increase GBV, inequality, as we are the most unequal society in the world economically. We're still battling with racism. It can contribute to more gangsterism and to more poverty.
Ngohlobo enibona ngalo lo mthetho uzawukhuthaza ukuba kuqhubeke kukhona ubundlobongela basekhaya, ungahlonitshwa kokulingana okanye ukungalingani, usenosiphathela ubutsotsi okanye ubutsotsi kunye uphazamise nezoqoqosho.
As
If there are notes, we can submit to the team.
I'm almost finished. No, I'm almost finished.
Okay.
If this bill as die wetsontwerp vorentoe gaan dit geslaggebaseerde geweld opbring in Suid-Afrika en ons is klaar 'n nasie wat op die oomblik sit met die sosio-ekonomiese probleme en instansies.
Honorable Chairperson, we owe it to ourselves, our children, and future generations to uphold the principles of monogamy, mutual respect, and equality that have long been the bedrock of our society. I thank you.
Phambili thanda ukuba sizama ukukhusela thina nabantwana bethu kuba ekuhloneleni umtshato kusoloko ukuba umuntu atshate nomuntu omnye nokuba kubekho inhlonelo.
Ons skuld dit aan ons gemeenskap, ons kinders en ons toekomstige generasies om die prinsipe van monogamie en respek aan beide kante en equality wat lank die ruggraat was van ons gemeenskap.
I thank you, Chair.
Ek dank u.
Thank you.
Uyabulisa. Uyabulisa.
Those who's there up in parliament. Ilahleko le ID, ne? Ilahleko le ID. Ula family yami yo lungisa izinto zami home affair. Kufumanise home affair ukuba ndabhubha ubhubha kwami ndachata nabantu bangaphandle.
So far she says, suppose I've got an ID and then and then she passes away. And then the in-laws or the family goes to Home Affairs to trace these things and find out that she was actually married to a foreigner.
Op die oomblik as daar uitgaan gevind word dat ek was klaar getroud en wanneer ek Home Affairs toe gaan, dan vind hulle uit ek is getroud aan iemand wat 'n buitelander is.
And then go ngizocela iparliament mayikiqwalasele lento yenzekayo. Uthi ungatshatanga kufumanisa uchathe nomuntu wangaphandle.
I'm actually asking the parliament to look into these things where you have never married, but then according to the files at Home Affairs, things where you have never married, but then according to the files at Home Affairs, foreigner.
Ek wil graag hierdie staat moet ingaan kyk in die feit dat daar vervalste dokumente is op ons ID-nommers waar ons onverwags getroud is aan mense wat ons geensins in kontak mee is nie.
Okay, thank you. Are you still having that problem, that challenge?
Angiphelele ngifuna ukwazi netlonto.
I'm asking.
Angiphelele ngifuna ukwazi netlonto.
I'm asking. Are you a problem?
Semina. Iyavakala kwabanye abantu kuma nkabinayo.
Okay. All right. I thought that is your problem so that we can deal with it immediately. But we know that there are many of members of the community who are confronted by that. We've raised it in the committee and we're dealing with it with the Department of Home Affairs. Thanks, I think, for raising that matter. Can you take the 2 mics there?
Oh, okay. Moleni, ndizathi gqabagqaba nje andizothetha kakhulu.
She's greeting.
Ndingu Mr. Dibela George Ward 15.
Igama lakhe nguDibela George.
Ndiza sisiphakamiso at the same time yingcebiso le ndizawuza nayo mayelane nomicimbi yomtshato. Ikhona nje indlela uHome Affairs angasincedisiyo ngayo.
This is just a concern. I just want to raise a point where Home Affairs is not cooperating with regards to.
Ek wil die punt waar binnelandse sake nie saam met ons werk nie.
Ndiyacela ke ba iParlamente iwuthathele ingqalelo ibe ngumthetho okanye sisiphakamiso sam ibe ngumthetho ozawukhusela abemi base South Africa.
I request the Parliament to consider this and make it legal to protect the South Africans.
Ek wil net hê dat die staat dit moet wettig maak om Suid-Afrikaners te beskerm.
Phaya eHome Affairs xa uyotshintsha igama ubunegama elinye ufuna uadd igama lesibini phaya kukho umqathango ngqongqo okanye umthetho othi kufuneka ubazi abazali bakho bobabini nokokuba babezalelwe phi.
There is a condition before changing or including putting a second name to yourself when you go to Home Affairs that says you have to know the names of both your parents as well as where they were born.
Daar's 'n probleem wat dit kom met die dokumente wanneer ons gaan na binnelandse sake toe waar jy twee van hulle moet invul en dan moet jy uitvind wat jou beide ouers se vanne ook is.
Maxa wambi ide ithi uba ngaba baswelekile izane death certificate ukwenzela uba kungqinwe uba ngabazali bakho aba.
In certain instances they even say if they passed away you should bring their death certificate so that they can be sure they really were your parents.
Daar's 'n probleem dat wanneer jy sê hulle is jou ouers, dan moet jy nog steeds hulle doodsdokumente inbring om te sertifiseer dat hulle jou ouers wel is.
Kodwa ke ngokukho ubukheleso benzekayo andazi noba mhlawumbi South Africa ayiqaphelanga nalomthetho ba uyasenzakalisa ngoba kukho indlela yongaqwalaseleki ububi nobunzulu bokokuba abantwana bethu bakhawuleze batshate kungakhange kutsalwe i-track record yomntu ongumyeni ngakumbi ke ngoxa ingengummi weli liswe.
We are wondering if the Parliament has looked deep into the possibilities that our children get married without getting a proper history of the person they're getting married to, particularly if that person is coming from another country.
Ons is baie ongemaklik met die feit dat ons kinders trou met mense dan ken hulle die geskiedenis van die persoon wat hulle mee trou al is hulle buitelander is nie.
Mna bendizawucebisa kuba ke asisazowujika lo mthetho ngoba ke sowusebenza ngokuba abantu bangaphandle batshate nabantwana bethu kuba befuna i-citizenship bona.
I'm just going to advise because the law is already there that is authorizing the people from outside to marry our people because they want citizenship in South Africa.
Daar's een groot probleem is dat die wet laat dit klaar toe dat mense hier getrou word van buiteland af sonder enige ander prosedures wat moet gevolg word.
Bendizawucela iParlamente kubekho umthetho oqiniswayo kweli candelo ukwenzela uba ubangabana ngumuntu wangaphandle makubekho abantu befamily abane-ID ezingqinelanayo abasebe badala noba babini okungenani uzawusupporta ukuba lo mntana siyamendisa kule Pakistan.
I suggest that it must be in the law that before the marriage can proceed, there must be members of the family much older that will really prove and that this is their child and they agree that he continues with this marriage.
Ek voel graag wanneer kom dit buitelandse huwelike dat die ouers van die persoon wat getrou is moet instem dat die kind kan trou sodat hulle die persoon wat die kind meetrou geondersoek kan word en hulle daarmee kan saamstem en toestemming kan gee.
So izawukhusela ke ngoku into bana umntana anganyotywa pha ecaleni ngemali kuthiwe masihambe siye Home Affairs ngoba kukho enye tendency abayenzayo yapha eSouth Africa babantu bachate aba bantwana bathi bazabanika i400 every month ngenxa yentswela ngqesho yabantwana bethu awe kulamgibe babe zezo zinto ngoba athi xa echata nendoda yalapha axakane nento ke ngoku ngoba loku iID zabibiza uHasam.
This will protect our children because from being bribed, because there is a tendency of these foreigners promising the child that gonna give them, say, 400 rand a month if they agree to this marriage. And then now there's a problem when the child wants to get into a legitimate marriage and she has already been signed to another family of a foreign person.
Die probleem wat ons tans ondervind is dat die buitenasionale mense beloof ons jong mense R400 'n week of so. Nou trou hulle met die buitelandse individueel, dan wanneer hulle eintlik liefde vind en hulle wil met iemand anders te trou, kan hulle nie want hulle is gebonde aan 'n huwelik wat transaksioneel was.
So nazo nje izinto benisithi mandixhobise ngayo ke amalungu eParliament kwenzela ba ize ke iqwalaselwe ke le ndawo yobana xa bezawutshata abantwana makubekho lamangqine efamily azawukwazi uncedisana noba ayavumelana na eziminye imithetho ke yona kandizoba kodwa ke ndinganyathela nje kancinci kulo wamadoda abafazi bachata amadoda bemaninzi umbuzo wami ke ngophaya ubuzo ke njengomama ebanabantwana xa enamadoda amayi4 umntana uzaba ngokabani ke ngoku.
My other concern is where is a woman marrying many men. So if that woman gives birth to a child, whose father, who is the father of the child?
Well, wanneer met kom met die polyandrie punt is dat wanneer 'n vrou meer as een man het, hoe weet ons in die gemeenskap dat wie die wetlike pa is van die 4 mans wat die vrou dalk het?
Yeah, there are other issues already that have been submitted. If we can.
Yes, okay. So ngalo mazwi ke benisithi ke nam mandiqaphaqaphele njengezo ndawo ndinqwenela nomhlobo wam lo ngelithi iSouth Africa di Christian, so which means ke kukhona enye rest elapha ecaleni emele ba ke ngonayo irecognize njengabantu. Enkosi.
Yeah, we can give him the mic, the last one.
Ngibulise kumhlala ngaphambili igama ndingubonkosi ndisuke George Ward 15.
It's good to chair from George Ward 15.
Ek is van Ward 15.
Into nje endayithela imfutshane endifuna ike ijongwe lo mthetho singawo namhlanje.
I'll be brief in what I'm going to say about the bill.
Ek sal kortliks wees oor die wetsontwerp.
Kukho into endiyiqaphelayo apha emtshatweni akumbi lo mtshato ke ngu-registered njengalo soba kuwo ngoku njengoba imitshato izaba registered ke ngoku funeka njalo.
There's something that I'm noticing with regard to the marriages, particularly those that are now going to be registered.
Dis iets wat ek agterkom met die huwelike, veral die wat nou gaan geregistreer word.
Home Affairs ingathi akajongi ba abantu
marriages, particularly those that are now going to be registered.
Dis iets wat ek agterkom met die huwelike, veral die wat nou gaan geregistreer word.
Home Affairs ingathi akajongi ba abantu
give a thorough look on the people that are getting married, but with regards
binnelandse sake moet baie goed nadink en begin 'n ondersoek instel vir in die huwelik.
ngoba emtshatweni uhlalwa kakuhle ngemali ngoba emtshatweni uhlalwa kakuhle ngemali
needs money.
funeka kondliwe wena apha bekho abantwana.
Marriage needs money, and there are going to be children that also need to be fed.
Die huwelik kort geld en daar's kinders wat moet kos gegee word.
Ukuba ke abantwana okanye abantu bazotshata abanayo indlela yokuziphilisa ngokwezimali okanye bosondliwa nabo ngabazali.
Marriage don't have a source of income, or they also depend on someone else to feed them. They must not be allowed to get married.
Mense wat geen inkomste het nie, moenie toegelaat word om te trou nie, want hulle is afhanklik dan van ander mense af.
Mayibe ngutata okanye ngumama kwabantu babini mhlawumbi unayo imali ezokondla okanye ezoncedisa
moet 'n manier van inkomste wees.
Akubalulekanga ke into yoba basebenza phi okanye umsebenzi lo wabawenza uregistered okanye hayi. Uba nje inqina eli liyaqinisekisa into yoba bayakwazi abantu ukwenza bakwazi uziphila.
Working for a company that is not registered. What is important is that there must be somebody who can vouch that they do have enough income.
Dit gaan nie oor hoeveel geld hulle maak nie, maar op 'n of ander dag is daar moet iemand kan saamstem dat hulle wel 'n inkomste het voor hulle in die huwelik intree.
Ngoba lento izawubetha phambili xa bengasebenzi bobabini. Omnye uzawukwazi uba ekuhambeni kwexesha ngoba indlala ininzi eSouth Africa abone omnye onemali afuna ushiya lo athethe naye aye kulowa unemali. Kuqhamuka divorce ke ngoku. Divorce leyo ibangela into yoba kube nzima ke ngoku ukuphila kwabantu babini.
Because if they are allowed, there's going to be problems in the future where one of them will, because of the suffering, might leading to divorce that was unnecessary.
Die hele punt moet geondersoek word, want op die einde van die dag wanneer iemand nie 'n inkomste het nie, kan die huwelik eindig omdat die ander persoon iemand anders wil trou omdat daar die finansiële instansie in hulle huis nie voldoende is nie.
Die age ke ndiyayixhasa ibalulekile, i-age at least 21.
I support that the age must be actually up to 21.
Ek stem volkome saam dat die ouderdom van om in die huwelik in te tree opgeneem word na 21.
Okunye ke xa ndizawuhlala phantsi ndizawungena nje kwele point nokudala lithethwa kodwa ke nam ndiyafuna ke ndiliqhase kancinci elabantu ababini abasenesifanayo batshate.
Even though this point has been raised before, I just want to raise it again before I sit down, the question of people of same gender getting married.
Net, ek weet die punt was al klaar opgebring, ek wil net weer die punt
to raise it again before I sit down, the question of people of same gender getting married.
Net, ek weet die punt was al klaar opgebring, ek wil net weer die punt
ngaloo nto kodwa ndithi abantu bangaphandle bagcwele apha thina xa singasuzala ngoku sobaphinga abantu bangaphandle.
I'm not going to say too much, but what I'm saying is that we've got so many foreigners here, and if now we are blocking ourselves from getting more children, what's going to happen to us?
Kyk, die probleem is so groot, maar ons wat klaar buitelandse mense in die land inkom. Nou wat gaan ons maak as ons nie meer kinders kan baar nie?
Kutsho ukuthi mhlawumbi emva kwe-20 years ke xa kunjalo okanye 10 years ungaphetha apha singekho thina kukho abantu bangaphandle bodwa phethe bona apha.
If we look at that in the next 20 years, it's probable that the South Africans will not be here, but the foreigners will be here.
Enkosi ndiyabulela.
Thank you.
Ons moet versigtig wees dat oor 10 of 20 jaar
it will appear that there's no critical questions that were posed. There were submissions in relation to the bill. how I assess the conversation.
Bonakala ungathi khange kubekho imibuzo ingqalileyo kodwa ibingamagqabaza ngalento besithetha ngayo ngalomthetho.
Daar is eintlik baie ander punte wat mense uitgelig het hier. Ons konsolideer nou net die wat uitgelig was en wat ons nog gaan toepas.
So we'll take it that the recommendation that had been put across, we'll note them and discuss when our time to deliberate at the portfolio committee meeting.
Inkazelo nisinike yona namagqabaza enu siwathathile saphinde singazise kuba sawuphinde sidibane nini ukuze siqhubeke emveni koba siqoqile ngawo.
Ons herken alle punte en opinies wat gegee was. Hiervan af gaan ons portefeulje komitee 'n meeting hou en dan sal ons konsolideer wat gepraat was en gesê was.
And we'll consider the point that the committee may need to look whether we can reconvene around here, George or Knysna, for another public hearings because we have observed what happened in the morning.
Sizawucingisisa ke ngalento ibikhe yathethwa yoba sidibane naZana okanye George ngenxa yoba sibona nezinto eziye zenzeka ngalentsasa.
If it's not us, the National Assembly, it will be the National Council of Provinces, but we'll have a way to make sure that we reconvene a further public hearing.
Ukuba ICT izaba National Council of Provinces kodwa ke bazawuthetha batsho uba kuza kwenziwa kanjani ixesha elandelayo.
As ons nie sal wees sal ons as die National Council van die provinsies vat om dan vir ons te verteenwoordig as ons dit self kan maak vir die tweede sessie of die toekomstige sessie.
So I want to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Machi to give closing remarks.
Ek wil net Honorable Machi vorentoe bring om laaste punt uit te loop.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. Fortunately for me, my honorable colleague, Matopa, have introduced all of us here.
My mede-wens het gelukkig ons almal aan u voorgestel.
Kuye waziswa bonke abanye abantu kodwa ngelishwa ngam khande ndaziswa.
Firstly, we have to thank all your inputs that we have taken, submitting others in a written form.
Siyabulela kakhulu ngamagqabaza eniwenzileyo aniwenze ngomlomo nalawo abhaliweyo.
Ons wil net dankie sê vir al julle punte wat julle vir ons gegee het, oral en dan ook geskrifsgewys.
Our parliamentary respective officials have been busy capturing all of them.
Amalungu aseparlamente aye awaqokelela wabhala onke.
Die parlement en komiteelede het al u punte opgeneem.
So we as the committee have been listening to the views and opinions and we value them all.
Ons as die komitee het aan al julle opinies geluister en ons waardeer alles en elke insig wat u gelewer het.
Thina njengekomiti siwamamele onke sanikela ingqalelo kuwo.
The department will respond to issues raised.
Isebe lethu lizawunika impendulo kule mibandela ekuthethweyo ngayo.
Die departement sal terugvoering gee op al die opinies wat en insigte wat gelig was.
The committee will deliberate on the contents of the bill, taking into account the submissions, even those which have been submitted in a written form.
Ikomiti izawudibana icingisise ngazo zonke izinto enithethe ngazo enizithethe ngomlomo nezo nizibhalileyo.
Die komitee gaan delibereer oor al die punte en insigte wat gegee word en daar sal daarna terugvoering gegee word.
The committee will draft and adopt the report and debate it in the National Assembly.
Ikomiti izayibhala le nkqubo bekuthethwe ngayo ivumelane ngayo ize ivelise kwi-National Assembly.
Die komitee gaan delibereer, dan debatteer oor al die punte wat ingelig was en dan sal dit voor parlement voorgelê word.
Afterwards, the bill will be NCOP, National Council of Provinces.
Yes. Council of Provinces.
Thereafter, the bill will be sent to the president to assent, and it becomes the act of parliament.
Emva koko uyadluliselwa kumongameli ukuze ayityobele yandule ke ngokube ngumthetho omtsha.
Na dit gaan die wetsontwerp gegee word vir die president en daarvan af sal die wet geïmplementeer word.
After the president has signed it, then it will become a law.
Emveni koba umongameli itshobele izawuba ngumthetho.
Wanneer die president die wetsontwerp teken, dan word dit amptelike wet.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Baie dankie, Chairperson.
Uyabulela.
Thank you very much, all of us officials and the traditional leadership for standing to this end. I want to appreciate our meeting and also thank both of you. You've done a good job. I'll request that you meet with the officials so that we deal with both your papers and for you for having volunteered. If we can decide